Hizi vitu happen. The government is very dangerous. Na that's the point but what tunyamazisha wa jamaa. Lakini sio propaganda iko against you in a favor government. Kwa time kama mnasema fake abductions, actually you are favoring the government. Hamko mnajifavor. Najua gava hapo unajitetea. Akisema jamaa kumbe walikuwa wanadanganya kwa abducted. Hapo mkusaidia government na muangalie. Hii kitu najaribu kuambia. Alafu pia stories za emotions mazi. Tutumie tu logic sometimes in terms of war. Sasa hivi naona hadi mnajaribu ku get keep story ya maandamano. Msema kiongea hivi na hivi sawa, hapana. Ati sio watu waandamano wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Hapana. Kila mtu anateseka hapa nje bana. Na leo mnaweza kasirika. Nakubali nilikosea. Sasa mtanipiga vita ama mtapiga William Ruto vita? Mtapiga na kuminsha na Murkomen na Babu na Mamba vita? Mnawafaitana msisi government official bana. Na watu wanafurahi wanasema wacha achapwe wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Hao wanafurahi wanasema leo wacha tupumzike. Na hapo ndo tunakosea wote. Inabidi hata kitu mimi nilikuwa nataka hiyo time after hiyo makosa ilifanyika, nilikuwa nataka hata mniassume vibaya sana. Mseme naona ule mnalenga mseme huyu this is nobody. Nyinyi mnaelewa na agenda ile ndio nasema na hawa jamaa kwani hawajali. Na cheki, no mkabila swali pass. Tuko sad but mko msema tunaendelea tu bado. Cheki. Sasa mkianza kufocus agenda na msemo mmoja una feel ni traitor wenu of which naelewa feelings iko allowed kufeel hivyo. Hawa wanafurahi wanasema leo nagombana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, wacha tutulie kiasi alafu tupate strategy nyingine. Ona leo vile tulikuwa distracted tena. Raila amekuja amesema dialogue. Tutakuwa distracted. Mtapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Hapo mtakuwa divided political wise. Kwa vile kuna madai hard wa mzee, ni kweli. Kuna madai hard wa Ruto. Wataanza kuvurugana wenyewe tukiwa kwa ground. Tukiwa tu hapo Nairobi, upate kuna wase wa UDA na ODM. Raila alisema tu kuna dialogue. Tunaweza alafu upate the real people wanakuwa sideline. Tafadhali mazee, makosa msemo mmoja isifanye tena mwanzo kuvurugana nyote. Endeleeni, mwacheni ni hapo amefanya makosa basi, amefaka up. Wachana endelea kuendanga tu hivyo. And I'm sorry guys. Hapo nayo that was a very bad mistake. I'm sorry guys. Please keep fighting bana. Mimi wacha niwaambie siri moja tena hapa saizi kwa space. The moment we say get out of this, tutaumia vibaya sana. Some of us tutaumia vibaya. Kwa ulikiona saizi yako very desperate. Mse anajaribu kushika kila mtu, even his political enemies, anawashika wote tu, anashika kila mahali tu. Mse get out of this alive, tutaumia sisi wote, acha niambie tu kweli. Tuende tu march forward. Mniona backslide ni sawa, achana na jamaa ndio akiendaga. Endeni ku march forward. Kwa hiyo wote tutaumia hapa pamoja. Traitor vile mnasema mimi traitor ni sawa, inaeleweka. Naelewa enga yenu, siwezi control enga ya mse. But ukirudi kunyuma kujaribu kunifight na enemy yako mbele, hapo mtaumia wote. Mse get out of this alive. Hata ijali chochote atasema I've seen the worst. Atasema tu wao walijaribu tu wao walijaribu waliweza but sasa nimeshikilia kila mtu by the balls. Na hapo tutaumia vibaya sana. Hii ni kitu mimi mwenyewe naogopa. Taimu msetu atakuwa tu hivi akutusaa amesha take everything full control. Hata mwenyewe atasikia kutoroka. Atasema wewe Osama ulikuwa unanisumbua sana hapa hivi. Wewe Osama duka nika kwa space yako ulikuwa unataka kuniharass hivi na hivi. Wewe Osama kuja hapa. Na cheki itakuwa ni hivyo. Wote tutaumia. Tafadhali ni tu ku march forward. Ukiona msanii anafanya maside show zake huko, wacheni naye tu endelee kupambana huko tu, msimpatie hata hiyo audience. Mimi hata sasa mnipatie audience hizi. Hii space hata si tuna wa lecture mazee. Poleni inasankana wa lecture but tafadhali tu focus on the main enemy huko mbele. Mwangalie vile kila kitu kitakuwa. Kwa vile the moment msanii atakuwa power yani ata take advantage iba kama auto bila live, tumia si wote. Tafadhali mfocus tu hivyo. Na history yangu nimemaliza. I truly apologize.
Naweza ongea Saba?
Ongea alafu mimi niende space. Ongea tu kweli yako alafu uende space mimi.
Mimi nimekuwa nafuatilia everything about hiyo Osama hata kama siko Nairobi, I'm currently in Mombasa. Na mimi naweza sema ni tuendeleeni kukazana pamoja. Hao majamaa wameanza kushikana. The more anashikana ndio the more anakuwa powerful. Huwezi niambia saizi wakati baba ameenda huko, mtu kama kina Babu Owino watakuanga always na sisi. Na hao watu ni true supporters of the baba. So sisi kama Gen Z tushikane pamoja, let's go for it. Ni Ruto watoke hapo kwa sababu hakuna kitu wamefanya. hakuna watu wanaumia, analeta systems zingine zenye hazimake sense. So mi tunaweza sema tu tuendelee pamoja. Kupiga Osama vita itatusaidia, hata kama amelipwa, hata kama hajalipwa, ni venye tu kama out clear kama tunaendelea na yeye ama hatuendelei na yeye. Yeah, take side. Kama tutakuwa tunampiga in the opposite side ni sawa, tutampiga. Kama tutakuwa kwa side yetu, tumshike mkono na tumuonyeshe what to do. But our fight, our struggles, kuna watu wamedai wengi, hiyo kitu imeniuma for sure. Akina Rex Masai nimekuwa nafuatilia barrels in the like, but tuendeleeni, kuna kitu tunaenda kuachieve. Huyo jamaa amesha panic, na Ruto is a very clever guy. So nyinyi mkicheza naye atakuwa anawazungusha hivi, kisha alafu anawasimamisha, anawazungusha. Saizi zitokea kwa any public, izienda church, izifanya nini, tumemake life yake ni miserable. Na saizi mpaka Ruto wako desperate ati kumeka dialogue na baba, na Ruto hajawahi kuwa kitu kaa hiyo. So it's either tuachane na hii kitu ama tuendelee by full force. Mali tumefika, so far so good. Hiyo tu kitu mimi naweza sema, tukue pamoja. Hii kitu ni social media tu ndio imefanya hivyo, si ati ni kitu kingine imetuleta pamoja. Mimi sijui Osama, mimi sijui mtu hapa, lakini kitu tunaweza sema tu, let's do this. Mimi nimemaliza, sina mengi.
Hello, Osama, can I speak before you close? Nimesikia unafunga.
Ongea tu, toa ukweli yako, ongea.
Thank you very much. Nimetafuta sana chance ya kuongea. Two things. People are trying, a few people wanna sound as if they are trying to lick your ass. I don't know kama ume notice, but true friends or true humans should tell you the truth. One, the previous day kama venye umesema, we were to reject the president's space. You failed people, you see, and that is betrayal. But then that is water that has already gone under the bridge. Whether you are paid or not is water that is already under the bridge. For me, my key concern with you at this point now is you now have contacts with the president. Now clearly he's somebody who works well under pressure. Now that you already went there, there are things that we expected you to speak, to ask on behalf of the young people that you did not ask because you had the privilege of hosting that space. Kuna issues zinafaa zikuwe addressed, like cabinet kwenda, those are the things you're supposed to ask. You failed to ask. So and that is why we are saying we feel you are complicit. You are, yeah. And what I want to tell you is you can tell us the truth, you don't owe us the truth, or you can lie and keep it to yourself. But the most important thing is you cannot lie to yourself. When you go to bed at night, you know very well that through your space, you mobilized thousands of young Kenyans who went to the streets and some died, But then if indeed you went behind their backs, and slept with what we consider the oppressor, that is up to you and your conscience. You live with it. So what I want to tell you right now, Osama, is to cut the long and short of it, because in this movement, I don't know, I want to speak from in this movement, whether you are bought or not, Osama, if you got some money, you have your family back at home. Right now, if your relatives in the village, to say, man, your relative in the village aende hospitali hata in an emergency, alafu there are no drugs, it still comes back to bite you. Could be your parents, could be your cousins in the village or anything. It can still come back to bite you. And for me, this is not the time to quit social media because you have an audience or someone. We did research, and impressions zako in this #reject finance bill, you are the third in this country after Nyakundi and some other people I don't want to mention their names. So quitting confirms, if you quit and shut down social media right now, indeed confirms that indeed you are paid to be silent. Because I don't, if indeed you are fighting for yourself and you're fighting for your future and the future of your cousins and your young people, it means you're supposed to press on more than before. Usikwe deterred. How many times even politicians have been called sellouts, but they don't quit? So me, I'm telling you, this is not the time to quit. If indeed you are not, but this is the time to continue pushing the agenda. That what is so dear to you? Do you want reforms in this country like any other person? Let us push the reforms, because you are privileged to have the space and the numbers that people don't have. You see, you have over 500,000 Kenyans who follow you and listen to you. You are supposed to continue pushing that agenda. Ukisema ati sasa mimi nanyamaza juu ya depression and all that, no, that is not the way to go. You Mimi, as a young person, I'd want to see you more than before, continuing to push. That is the only way you can convince us that indeed you are still part of this movement. And your friend Billy, let me tell you why people are now saying these abductions were fake. Your friend Billy, by the time after that abduction and stuff, he started playing cool. Just towards the Twitter space, your president, we could read your numbers of tweets, you and him, numbers and user tweets went down. Like, we could see the signs. Somebody, like, people who say when you could see the signs, you're just waiting for it to official. Even the previous day, the restlessness in your tweets could tell something was already wrong. But like what I want to say, from a psychological perspective, is the truth and you're going to live with the truth. That should not, if indeed you have something that is true to you, if Kenya is true to your heart and you believe you have a role to play, well and good, keep pushing using your numbers. But if you feel every person for themselves, then you can also choose to disappear into oblivion. But remember, the future is technology. The future is technology. You've seen how Twitter is paying. You've seen how social media, you can earn from endorsements and all that. So if you want to close this business, as you've said, you've already closed your other business, which is so unfortunate. But then, I mean, X and all these things are just, unless you're going to rebrand and come out under something else. I don't think that is the way to go. Hii ni kitu kidogo sana. How many people are trolled on social media? It's so unfortunate you've been a victim of trolling because of your poor communication, and because I also still feel you're being conservative with the truth. You don't want to tell people, this guys, I'm sorry, this and this happened, allow me to pick up from there. You don't owe anyone an explanation, yes, but coming here and remember, ile siku unakuja unaweka space unaita anxiety, unajaribu kutu gaslight. You don't do that. You don't emotionally blackmail people. Makosa ilishafanyika. How then do we move from here? Now that you already have audience with the president, can you tell him we want to? And that space looked choreographed, because the types of questions that were coming in there were very underwhelming. You see, now that you already collaborated with them, you let Hussein have the largest share of time than, like, Wali Kulemea. So now tell them, if we can have more of these spaces, now that, if in case kusema ati me I'm disappearing, have they given you something? Have they paid you to silence? Those are the questions we ask ourselves. Let them, if you chose the path of hosting them, can you be hosting him consistently? We want to ask him questions maybe every other month here. So yeah, from how you reacted from that space, it is you. Maybe your poor communication failed you. But then, for me, I think this is not the time to quit. This is the time to be here more than before. Keep pushing. We need your numbers. If you're leaving, you are a brand by itself. Like, I'm requesting by we are requesting you to keep staying here and keep pushing the agenda, because Kenya is bigger than each and every one of us, and we want systems to work for all of us. Mimi, that is my humble submission. Whatever happened is water under the bridge. How then are you moving on forward? Quitting is not it. Quitting is not it at this point. People already died, for heaven's sake. Quitting at this point, until we get the reforms we want as young people. We've seen the things that are happening at the Ministry of Sports, at MOH and all that. Look at the impressions one tweet from you with the hashtag say Occupy MOH does, you know, and you want to quit at this point. That is when people will conclude indeed this guy was bought. But then, just if in case those people bought you, or if in case they're listening, tell them that a time will come when the masses of Kenya, or the broke people of Kenya, which is us, will have nothing to eat but the rich. And that time is now. Thank you.
Thank you, nimekusikiza pia. Once again, I'm truly sorry. Niliwakosea. Hapo ni kweli mlifeel betrayal. Hii movement kuna nyinyi pamoja. Hii ni ukweli. Mimi siji ati nimechange amani na nini. I'll always be in this side na nyinyi. Voice of the people. Nikiangalia kusema kweli, nimekuwa in this shit for the longest time. Hapo siwezi wadanganya. But naomba tu kiasi, wacha nitake a small break, but nitakuwa na communicate nanyi kwa spaces tu hivyo, no more tweeting hivyo, cause na avoid so much negativity na sitaki pia hiyo attention. Kama saizi naona itakuwa hivyo, baada ya mwendo mkasikia Raila huko saizi kitu amefanya, mnaelewa? So kindly guys, mimi naomba tu mnaache tu niko na ka break, alafu avoid hizo mastori ya kuniambia utakuja uniue. Najua matuzi nitukane tu, but avoid some tweets na some texts msee ati I'll kill you, I'll find you, I'll kill you. Avoid hizo ma death threats. That's why nimenyonga simu yangu. Watu wengi wanajua kunyonga simu ile nafanywaga. Niko available on WhatsApp. But in the moment keep fighting. Alafu one day itakuwa on the same page na mtajua tu mimi sikuwa nawadanganya. I'll never betray you my people. And that's it. Wacha niishie tu tafadhali. Goodbye. Bye.
Is it people, people, everybody, all the government is dissolved.
Sawa.
Is that true?
Nimekusikia baba. Nimekusikia. Asante sana. Asante sana. Guys, thank you so much for joining, and we want to welcome you to our edition today. And our topic today is just preparation for the Saba. We have our General Dr. Miguna with us now, and we want to start our conversation.
Gloria?
Kindly raise up your hand if you want to speak, or if you don't, we'll have to drop you, because as Daktari said, you only have 30 minutes before he gives us a backdrop of the Saba movement.
Okay.
So if you're here and you have the mic, please raise up your hand so that you
Hello,
can
thank you so much.
Yes.
My condolences to loved ones lost in this struggle so far. Okay, on the speech, I'm not going to comment so much, because we all know it was choreographed, it was stage managed. The speakers are almost predetermined and so on. So there's nothing much to say there. As usual, he was just gaslighting us, trying to play with our emotions and so on. So for me, really, it's nothing to write home about. So I'm going to go straight to now what next. And I'm thinking it's time now we start writing down points and start forming committees, or get people to take action, because I've realized we spend a lot of time on spaces, talking, and then we end up not doing anything. And that's how we traitors also end up, wasting our time. You are there, someone keeps you up until, I don't know, midnight, then ikifika saa saba anaanza kutweet ati, oh, don't go to State House, it's protected, as if they didn't know it was protected to begin with. So moving forward, action, we need to get committees. Communication is very important so that on Twitter daily we have something to write about. Like now there's preparation for Saba Saba, and we want to put forward the message that people were killed, and these people did not deserve to die. Extrajudicial killing. So we can start with Saba Saba, mourning our dead, stop extrajudicial killing. And as a point of action, we should also sue the state, begin to hold them accountable for every death that occurred and injuries and so on. There are people who are paralyzed. So we need to take such actions and ensure we hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gloria, for your sentiments. We move now to CC as noise checker, and then Victor Koluba, and Beryl, you're part of the co-hosting team. If you want to speak, you just open your mic at any time, and then Hannah Halley. Oh, I think the other one dropped. So Victor, please. Okay, if you're not picking the mic, I'll drop you. Gloria, allow me to drop you as a... Yes, Victor?
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you for the space and thank you for this opportunity. First, I'll be very brief. I want us to learn from this movement that for the past 2 weeks, we have been united with one voice, and our unity has changed the conventional ways of politics, the tribalic politics, uh, to now they want to buy every activist, or every person that is trying to fight for the rights of the many Kenyans. We are of the 20 million plus Gen Zs, but they won't be able to buy everyone. We should continue. We should host these spaces continuously. Everyone should be able to learn and understand the importance of fighting for their rights. And I thank you, Hilary and Dr. Miguna, for educating us on this, and for embracing this opportunity and letting Kenyans understand the need to rise and to fight for their rights. They won't buy all of us. They are sellouts. Like yesterday, we thought Osama was one of us, but we were very disappointed. And the president didn't answer any of our questions. It was just premeditated. It was a series. It was a movie. Something. It was predetermined. And so I will urge you to stand in one voice. As we continue, we will conquer. They won't buy all of us. We will emerge winners in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, also for sharing the disappointment that a lot of Kenyans had yesterday. And this serves as also an example and a reminder that the people you start the journey with are not necessarily those who you will finish the journey with. And so this is just a life's lesson that people should take as they continue their journey, and also to believe in what you personally believe in, to believe in what you really believe in, and not what the other person thinks. Only when you have synthesized that and say, now me, Marge, what Victor has said is really something I believe in, and these are the reasons I believe in. And then when you stand on your feet and your mind is clear, then you really have a course to follow without being shaken by who, if somebody, a perceived leader, is no longer with you anymore. Now, Frederick, and then I think the 30 minutes will be over. If the Tari is ready, that's fine. Otherwise, we can add in more people. Frederick Mwangi. Frederick, can you hear me? Hannah Ali, please go.
Hannah said she's trying to fix her mic. Yeah? She will be back later. She has a problem with her
Okay.
network.
I think she can speak now. Anne, can you hear us? Hannah?
Yeah, hello. Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yes. I'm here. Thank you, Hillary, Marge, Kings. There's always a problem with these spaces. Thank you, Kings. When I was as a listener, I could not hear the space. Last week I had the same issue. I had to change my gadgets. But anyways, that's not here nor there. Comparing to what people are going through on the ground, my condolences to the families of the fallen comrades and the ones in the hospital. Now, people are more focused, the ones who like sideshows, they're more focused on the sideshows. These sideshows literally to divert attention to the real cause. And what the regime is doing is exactly that. And I think they've managed up to some extent because I do not believe that it's a coincidence. Same person who's been advocating nobody should host him happens to be the one who hosted him. Um, uh, if you could bear with me, Hillary and Madge, the reason I'm saying that is this person was, for me, and this is my opinion, for me, this person was never part of this movement, but it's Kenyans who gave them legitimacy. Because when somebody says I've been abducted and then comes back and then nobody questions anything, and the same person and then says, "Oh, nobody should," and point fingers at others. For me, I think it was a long con. It was all along. I think part of their divisive tactics. And that's what I think. I don't think this guy just came out of the woodworks and then all of a sudden he became the one to be hosting. I doubt that. I think the plan was there all along, and it's Kenyans who gave him the legitimacy, because people followed him, people listened to him, people were arguing with him on the timelines, and so on and so forth. And he's not the only one, and he will not be the first one. I think last week what Dr. was saying is we have to be vigilant. So we have to be vigilant. And part of that is to shut the noises that are coming, the sidelines, the sideshows. Now, I think we should focus on the movement. On Sunday, what are people going to do? How can you be vigilant? How can you manage when you go on the ground, what you should look out for, and so on and so forth. But if we keep talking about what has happened and a space that was hosted, for me, I don't know. And the funniest thing, Hillary, is last night I saw the same person opening a space and people still went in their thousands. So mi sijui wa Kenya nani ametoroga, sijui tulirogwa na nani, but please, enough of these sideshows. A lot is at stake here. The whole nation is at stake. People have suffered enough. It's time to dismantle this system. We need a system that will deliver automatically without me screaming on top of my lungs. That is what the goal is. The goal is not just to divert attention. We need the IBC constituted. We need, I don't know who to go out. No, we kill the snake from the head, and if Ruto goes, then it's how do we fix this system? A system that has been there pre-colonial. We need that system fixed. So it's each day at a time. Now I think the focus should be on the Saba Saba movement on Sunday. Thank you, Hillary. And I do kindly leave me there, because if I drop down, I cannot hear what the good doctor and everybody's submissions. Thank you, Hillary.
We're sorry, and fix your mic and your phone. Thank you so much for your submission, Madge. Mm.
Thanks. And so I just want to underline that the day yesterday actually reflects the problem that we have in the society and the reason why we are where we are, being bought. No, somebody was bought yesterday, but the government as it is and the MPs, some of them are political prostitutes, being bought left, right, and center. And when they do that, then we cannot have a functional government. So actually, what happened yesterday is a disease that's really killing us, and that's why you have, non-performing people, but they bought their way in, or somebody is today in this party, but before the elections, they hope, others hope after the elections, and they actually have the mandate from party A but going to party B. So this is actually the life that we lead, and I really don't know what to say there, but nevertheless I want to say that the tactics that are being used, the very divisive tactics, are very little ones. They were also used against me the past 2 days, where it was really, even we are hosting a space tomorrow, but it was false information was put out there that we would be hosting the president. That is something that we are not doing. We never even said that, but paid mercenaries were put out there and people followed blindly. So my request to everyone who's in the space, when you see something, please try to think about it before you react. Think about it, and think about, when I put this out, who's benefiting? What's the effect of it? Because some of you blindly the past 2 days supported the regime very blindly. So guys, please, let's keep being vigilant, and let's think about the things we do before we do. Terry, if you're ready, take a go. Otherwise, let us know so that we can pick other speakers.
Thank you very much, Marge. I thank everybody. The first thing I would like to say is to agree with a lot of the sentiments that have been expressed. Struggles are never like wedding processions, or they are not nursery choirs. A struggle is difficult. It's not a straightforward thing or route that you take without impediments, because those in power are not going to live willingly, especially when they have committed so much crimes. The entire Republic of Kenya is a crime scene. State House is a crime scene. The obscene looting happening, supervised and presided over by William Ruto, is just too obscene to not pay attention to. As he was speaking yesterday, and I couldn't watch him, I haven't watched him because there is no reason to. Many Kenyans and their families have been burying dead people, dead comrades that were on the street peacefully and did not deserve to die. But he couldn't even acknowledge the fact that his police officers killed these innocent Kenyans. He hasn't acknowledged that. He apparently claimed, from what I'm reading, third party, for those who watched him, is that criminals snatched guns from police officers and shot innocent people. That's incredible. Who says that? What kind of a president says that? What kind of a president refuses to admit that what we saw, because it was on live TV, we saw them. We saw armed police officers and police officers in civilian clothing aim at protesters and shoot them dead. There was a sniper at parliament buildings that shot innocent Kenyans dead. These are not things that you expect somebody at State House to refuse to admit. How does a president, any president, refuse to admit that innocent Kenyans died when a constitutional body, an independent body, Kenya National Commission of Human Rights, the defenders, and many other independent organizations like Amnesty International and media houses such as the CNN and BBC have reported, confirmed, verified reports from families and hospitals and whatnot, that these individuals died of gunshot wounds. Forensic experts will tell you that the weapons from which the bullets were fired were government issued. He hasn't had any inquiry or investigations done, but he sits at State House, which he has not left since this thing erupted, and pronounces that criminals are the ones who are responsible. If he knows there were criminals responsible, what did the police do? What did the security services do? Why weren't these criminals arrested? We know, of course, that it's a bunch of lies, just like he tells all lies all the time. Did he take responsibility as the so-called president? No, he didn't. Did he take responsibility for the fact that it is his arrogant refusal to withdraw the finance bill before it went to the House that led to the protest, at least precipitated, triggered off the protest? No, he didn't. Did he recall or fire anybody in the police? Because he does have power. In the security sector, the minister, the PS, the Minister of Defense that has been speaking carelessly, has he done anything to condole with the families that lost loved ones? Did he contribute, or did his government contribute towards the hospital bills, the bills for the morgues, the burial expenses? Did he call any of the families that lost loved ones? No, he didn't. So we have a rogue regime that has not recognized what it has done, the damage, the harm it has inflicted on Kenyans. On top of it, he then announces unilaterally that he has formed a committee, another committee, to do a forensic audit, he says, of public debt, without understanding that Article 211, 211 to 24 to 214 provides that the Auditor General is the one who is supposed to do an audit of public expenditure, including debt, and then provide a report to the National Assembly Committee, the appropriate committee, that will then look at the report, and then if there are actions to be taken, then the appropriate government institution should take action. The Auditor General has already produced numerous reports about misappropriation of public expenditure, including specifically at State House since this government was installed in 2022, and nothing has happened. The Auditor General has indicted many government ministers and ministries and parastatals of abuse of public office and misuse of public resources, including at State House, and no action has been taken. Ruto was claiming that he would only take action if somebody is taken to court. This is ridiculous. Because to begin with, that is not what political responsibility requires. Political responsibility requires that action is taken once public confidence, the public has expressed that their confidence has been reduced or they have withdrawn confidence from a public officer. And we did that. Kenyans did that on June 25th in huge numbers. He has not resigned. None of his ministers have resigned. And he has not fired anybody. But he's arguing about taking people to court. Who does take people to court in Kenya? One, the DCI. He controls the DCI. He appointed the DCI director. And he seems to dictate who is to be arrested and who is not to be arrested, who is to be arraigned and who is not to be arraigned. Number two, EACC. Ruto appointed a priest as the head of EACC against the law. The law says EACC and all these law enforcement agencies, civilian ones, have to be headed by advocates of the High Court of Kenya because they know the law, they understand the law. That's their work professionally. Not a priest. A priest preaches in church. He appointed a priest. But more importantly, even this priest has released reports and has indicted many members, senior members of Ruto's administration. Ruto has taken no action. So EACC is unable and unwilling to take the ones with the highest responsibility in grand corruption to court. And I believe it is with the instruction from Ruto himself. 3, the Director of Public Prosecutions. That's the person who ultimately decides who is prosecuted and who is not prosecuted. And whom did Ruto appoint? Somebody nobody knows his name. Nobody knows his educational background. Nobody really knows about his professional career. He has done absolutely nothing and was involved in corruption the length of River Nile when he was working in Mombasa. Forged land title deeds. I have the evidence. I've seen it. This is the man he appointed at the head of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And again, this man is unable to arrest anybody or recommend the arrest of anybody and prosecution of anybody, and terminates prosecutions of people that even a grade 2 child would tell you there is more than credible evidence to suggest that that person, when taken to court, would be convicted. There is sufficient evidence to believe that Didmas Baraza shot somebody dead in broad daylight, but he's walking free. So this is the context of what happened when Ruto purportedly addressed a public space yesterday on X. Ruto has refused to accept that Kenyans have indicted his administration and has gone ahead to unilaterally appoint a body that he believes would whitewash his administration. Who did he appoint? First of all, forget about the fact that this body is illegally constituted because there is an independent constitutional body that is supposed to be doing what this so-called task force is supposed to be doing. So there is a duplicity of action and a wastage of public expenditure by purporting to institute this body. So look at the chair of the body, Nancy Aseko Onyango. What is Nancy Aseko Onyango's current position? Director, Office of Internal Audit and Inspection at the International Monetary Fund, IMF. The same people that brought us Finance Bill 2024. So they are supposed to be coming here to basically clean after themselves or try to make Kenyans believe that they had legitimate debt when we don't, including from the IMF. That is the chair of the so-called task force. Who are the members? Aaron Tegea, economist at the IMF, the same organization. Who is the other member? Professor Louis G. Francisci, Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth. So the same people, the puppet owners, whom we are complaining about, are controlling Ruto like robots against the interest of Kenyans, are supposed to be members. Who is the other member that he announced? President of the Law Society of Kenya, Faith Odhiambo, who immediately declined the appointment together with the entire Law Society team on the same basis that I have stated, that these, number one, is an illegal construct, a legal entity set up by Ruto outside the constitution, and that this role vests on the Auditor General. But even if it was constitutionally constituted, the members are not fit to conduct an independent forensic audit. An independent forensic audit would have to be conducted by someone not answerable to Ruto and someone that does not report directly to Ruto, that would submit their report for public scrutiny to the National Assembly. Even however captured it is, institutionally, it is the one where the report is supposed to be tabled. Furthermore, nothing stops the regime from submitting reports and documents regarding the so-called public debt currently to Parliament or to the Auditor General, or to allow citizens of Kenya to access the same information. Because we have a lot of accountants, we have a lot of forensic accountants in Kenya who can conduct on their own without billing anyone a forensic audit of the debt. It's not a very difficult thing. From what I have heard, from what I have learned, Ruto has essentially borrowed close to 7 trillion Kenya shillings, yet the debt that was outstanding when he came into power was 1.7 trillion. Where did over 6 trillion go? What has he done with it? I suspect that most of it has been stolen. So Ruto has lost credibility, and it seems like he has not learned that Kenyans have lost confidence in him, and is continuing to believe that the Moi strategy of divide and rule, of buying people, of trying to use force, of using propaganda is going to get him out of this. It isn't. Next, Saba Saba. Tomorrow is the 7th of July. The 7th of July is very important in our history because on July 7th, 1990, Kenyans in their thousands rose up in protests demanding for multi-party democracy. And I understand yesterday during the hijack to space, any questions that any of the critical speakers addressed him on, he did not respond to. So that's all I want to say for now. I think we should remain focused. We must remain united. We must speak with one voice. We should not allow distractions. And we should send a clear message to thugs like Otero and the rest. Kenya belongs to us, not to tumbocrats who are looking for handouts. I will deal with one other issue. People say, oh, some of us are opportunistic. That's why we are supporting the protests. Forgetting that some of us have been protesting against injustices since we were teenagers. We never stopped. And forgetting that the opportunism can only be exhibited if there is a gain that is imminent. There is no gain here. There is no election. There is no government anyone is fighting for. The people who are opportunistic are there cutting deals at State House, looking for appointments. Many of us do not want appointments in this government. Look, somebody said I should become a CAS when I return to Kenya in October 2022. What did I say when I was addressed, when I was interviewed by Ageo, even before then? I said the CAS position was unconstitutional. And even if I was offered the position, I would not take it. Because we have to make a stand based on integrity. We cannot be swayed by crumbs when the majority of Kenyans are suffering. I will drop the mic now unless there are questions. Thank you very much.
Daktari, maybe
I
before
can
you
hear you.
drop, maybe before you drop, I just wanted to touch on, maybe to give more information about the finance bill that you were talking about yesterday when he was addressing the media before he came to the spaces. He really insisted on that that finance bill should still proceed the way it is, and as we've said, our law does not provide anywhere where he can reject or withdraw the bill. So what he did, and that is my question, where I am wondering what is his end goal at the end of the day? Because he said that he'll drop some office, he will amalgamate some, and then the office that he wanted to do away with, he spoke about maybe cutting staff in his advisory board by 50%. Anyone who is 60 years old and above to retire immediately. So, meaning also most of his CSS should be going home. Um, and he also spoke about, I think, merging some ministries. So we know that at the end of the day, I was like, if these you are taking austerity measures, but you're still maintaining your budget at 4.2, then where are the numbers? Because you're saying now, because you're insisting that you cannot pay, then I'll borrow this money. So I'll borrow this money at the same time. I'll also be cutting down this and this and this. So this other that you are saving from austerity measures, where is this money going? Is it going to reduce our debt and maybe say now, because I've saved in all this much, there is no now the people like Akina Otero who have been benefiting from the confidential fund, and it has been done away with. Now that money maybe will be channeled towards debt reduction. So he never spoke about that. And maybe just to touch on you, Daktari, when you are speaking about the movement of Mau Mau, you forgot to mention yourself when you were a student leader back in 1987, 1986, 1987, and you were also detained by the same regime fighting for the same cause.
So thank you very much, Kingsman. Um, First of all, everything that Ruto said is a lie. Um, so let me begin with the first one that you mentioned. Uh, if he says that he's going to disband parastatals, but the staff are going to be transferred to other departments and ministries, so what is being disbanded? Because it's like saying you're going to stop using one room, but the people in that room are moving to the other room. So, which means that if there was a budget for feeding those people, it still continues. They are going to still use the same amount of energy, the same amount of water, the same amount of everything. So, what have you done? You have moved people from one room to the other, but the budget remains for these people, right? And in any event, was that the demand of Kenyans? What is it that Kenyans were complaining about in the finance bill? It wasn't about public uh, uh, the amount of people in the public service. People were complaining about overtaxation. Has he done anything about that? No, zero. Taxes have not been reduced in Kenya. And there is nothing he has done regarding commodity prices, regarding most of the debt that have been stolen. Basically, they consider them debts. They are debts that were incurred without our consent, without our knowledge. And you don't need an audit to be able to tell us what these debts are because you're the one who got them. You have the papers. You signed them with the so-called, IMF and the World Bank, and maybe with the Chinese banks. But disclose the information. How about the ostentatious spending? He's still wearing, in fact, I think at the so-called space, he was still wearing his 30 million watch. I mean, he has not tendered it back to the public, sold it, and returned the money that he used for buying them. People are saying this man has been in politics for 30 years, therefore he can afford a watch. Do these people know how much an MP was earning when Ruto first became an MP? They were earning less than $150,000, 150,000 shillings. It's not enough, even if he worked for 60 years, to be able to afford one watch worth 30 million. So the, the amount of money they are spending, they definitely did not earn. How about this nonsense about he has disbanded the confidential fund? That's the most nonsensical lie I've ever heard. So if he has disbanded the confidential fund, how is the NIS going to be funded? Because that's the chunk of the money is through NIS. Is he going to open the accounts of the NIS so that we can forensically audit it? because that's where they put most of the loot and they take out so that you don't see it. No, he will never open the accounts of the NIS. So therefore, this allegation that he has disbanded the confidential fund is a red herring. It is neither here nor there. And it has nothing to do with what the demands were. Has he fired anybody? No, he's talking about I may. He's saying if somebody is charged, I will fire them. No, Ruto constituted this government consciously. He constituted a government of crooks for crooks consciously. He can fire his crooks tomorrow if he wanted, or yesterday if he wanted. But no, he's still dilly dallying. Apparently, I have heard confidentially that he's planning a reshuffle next week. Nobody wants a reshuffle. We don't care about a reshuffle. We want the entire government to go so that we can reconstitute the state and have a clean, transformed administration that will care about the needs of Kenyans. Period. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for walking us through the Saba Saba history and for also sharing with us about basically dissecting yesterday's speech and also sharing with us actually the true status of what is going on. I have two questions for you before we proceed with the next speakers. The first question is just for understanding because if a head of state really is on record to form a task force that is unconstitutional. I mean, in other areas, you would find that such a decision is not made single handedly. Even if he wanted to, if a head of state wants to do such a thing, there has to be a team who are counter checking. Of course, he must be having knowledge of the constitution. Then there has to be as team checking, and before this decision reaches the public, it would have passed through many layers of you know be a scrutiny, and so that we don't have decisions or pronouncements that are contrary to the constitution. Would you kindly make us understand why we keep having scenarios whereby the head of state is telling us things that are unconstitutional? Do you maybe have an idea of how these things really happen? Back to you.
Madge, thank you very much. This is what I know. Dictators and tyrants rule through crisis. And commissions of inquiry, task forces are always the hiding places when they are in crisis. So they cause, most of the time, they artificially cause a crisis so that when the crisis comes, they can look like they are they are the solvers or the solution to the crisis. All right? They are the answers to the crisis so that they look like they are statesmen and they are above the fray. Moi did it by creating commission after commission when, and Kibaki also did the same. And when the so-called task force or the commission brings the report, it's never enforced. So, for example, we had the Ndungu land commission. The commission brought a report that was never enforced. During Kibaki's time, we had the TJRC, Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission. It brought in a report, never enforced, because they use this as release valves. When the pressure is too much, you create this to release pressure. There was also the Waki report. Most of it is not of the post-election violence. Most of the report, nothing was enforced. We've had many, many, many such commissions. Okay? This is a PR exercise, purely a PR exercise. As I said, He cannot purport to form this thing from the IMF, who is who is supposed to be a creditor. So somebody lends you money, you go to the National Bank or you go to Equity, they give you 100 million to construct a house or to construct a business. And then there is a problem with the management of this debt. So let's say something happened that was untoward. There were kickbacks and whatnot. So what happens? The same creditor, Equity Bank, then says they have constituted a team to investigate whether there was a kickback or not. Do you think you will ever find out whether there was a kickback when the same creditor is the one responsible for this? No. To be able to find a solution, both the creditor and the lender must then tender information to a third party, an independent third party, to look into it, so that the report does not go to the people who are involved. It goes to an independent body. The independent body is the one that does the forensic audit and then reports to another independent body to be able to tell us if there is a problem. That is transparency and accountability. But no, Ruto, who is the person who caused the crisis, is the one who forms this PR task force. The task force is supposed to work under his supervision and report to him. But the members of the task force are from the people that he borrowed from. It makes no sense. So why is it done? It is the culture of impunity. Because he thinks he can get away with it. Because he gets away, because many regimes have gotten away with it. Because the president cannot be sued and cannot be charged. Because he's immune under the Constitution. So he thinks all you need to do, because this is what has happened before, is to just ride the storm. You remember there was a KEMSA scandal. Nobody went to jail. Uhuru Kenyatta retired, and every month he's paid over 100 million, and he's just going about the world drinking. What about the NYS? Waiguru is now a governor and has staff. Nothing has happened to Waiguru, nothing happened to Uhuru. How about all the other scandals, including the Eurobond and many others under Uhuru's administration, some touching on Ruto himself? Nothing has happened. So because nothing has happened, Ruto believes nothing will happen with respect to him as well. The unfortunate thing about this for Ruto is that just because your predecessors got away with murder does not mean that you or anybody else afterwards will be allowed to get away with murder. And unfortunately for him, the younger generation turned out in large numbers and said, enough is enough. I would want to encourage them. I would want to encourage us to put meaning to that statement. Let's say enough is enough, and let's gather in large numbers, and let's cause a crisis, and let dissolve Ruto's regime.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ray, for the really intensive explanation. Just a moment, Kingsman. Thanks for the very intense Kingsman.
Us, we don't care. It's either he does after every milestone we come up with another. And say we should be doing dissolve cabinet. After dissolving cabinet, we pick another item, advisors wake, we pick another item, walimu waende shule, walimu employee, we pick another item. Every now, if that is what it takes for Ruto to work, that is what we shall do. If that is what it takes for the parliament to make the right decisions in the parliament, that is what we will do. Then once IEBC is constituted, this IEBC, it won't just be a regular IEBC. We must interrogate it. With the moment that list come out, we won't leave it at that. We will have to interrogate it. This guy might have just thrown a bone to us so that tunyamaze. This guy can easily do that, just thrown a bone to us so that we keep quiet and move on to next thing. So immediately that the names, I don't know how long it's going to take. He should have given us a timeline on how long they expect to select these things and do the interviews and give us the final product. They should have given us those timeline so that wanamaliza tu hivyo job, we interrogate those people. We do even tests with this recall. We see how competent they are. Ama it's just a system that has been infiltrated already from the beginning. So we need to do this. Then one other thing that you guys the reality that you need to come to is that this 150 people committee, there's a space that has been allocated for 50 youths. Trust me, you will find that there are people the names will be submitted. That one I can assure you. It doesn't have to be even anyone you know, but be assured that kuna watu watakuwa submitted. One thing I want to ask of you people, my opinion, is that we don't pay attention to it. There's nothing new these people are going to discuss. There's nothing new they're going to discuss. I don't know why Ruto is insisting on this dialogue. There's nothing new that they're going to discuss. It's the same thing we're saying in the streets, is the same thing they're going to discuss. And then Ruto gives them the same response he's been giving us every now and then. There's nothing new that is going to come to it. So let's not give it attention. Sisi tuendelee na our agenda. If the 50 people go, hata kama ni kina Osama, hata kama ni kina Kasmuel, I believe he would be in that committee. I don't have an issue with him being there. He looks like a guy who articulates his issue very well. I wouldn't mind anyone who goes there. Let them go. And wacha ende wakunywe chai ya State House. Let them go. But let us continue to because that thing I'm sure that thing is going to divide us more come Friday. The names are supposed to be submitted by Friday. And I can assure you kuna list itasubmitiwa. I don't know from where. Sijui ni kina nani watamit wa submit a name, but be assured there's a list of 50 youth that will be submitted. So my opinion is that and that thing, when it comes, it will tend to divide us. So my opinion would be, once that list come out, let's not pay attention to it. It could be any of us. Any of us would go there. Sijui ni kina nani wataamua, but there will be people who will offer themselves to go. There's nothing new they're going to discuss. For us, we continue with push our agendas. Kama tumesema tunaenda state, we are not relenting because 50 people have decided to go and sit in a committee where they drink tea and discuss the same thing we are trying to accumulate. This is the same Ruto that knows exactly what he's supposed to do. Now we find a way of making him do it. That is through the protest. But some people still think that they can make him do through the same routine they've been trying to do, dialogue and all that. So as we continue doing our way, which he submits to, he submits to our way. So watu wa dialogue acha waende wajaribu wakunywe chai ya State House wasikie venye ina test. But us, we have our way that is making Ruto do what we want him to do. My only ask is, what's our ground? I don't have a TikTok account, but my question is, do these things still go on TikTok? Because it seems like we are losing touch of the whole thing. I don't know if it's an issue of communication. We need those people who used to mobilize this thing. Waendelee to mobilize on I think the groundwork majorly, because I think on Twitter it's a conversation full time, and that's another thing. We are talking too much on Twitter. Well, as Mimi, I'm not around, so all I can do is talk and then support financially where I can. So for me, all I can do is talk on Twitter. But what's our ground? I think there's that letdown where people are just doing too much talk, as in watu wanaongea mpaka wanajamiana wanarudiana tena wanajamiana, as in there's so much going on Twitter mpaka we are losing the cause, we are losing the whole cause. I think we need to go back to the roots where this thing started, and we copy exactly what we did in that first week of Occupy Parliament, and we redo it for now. Every hashtag Occupy MOH, dissolve cabinet, do this. We do it as we did it in the first week. For me, I think that's my submission. That's my request to wasiwako kwa ground. Let's kindly go back to the roots, and then let's keep focus. We will have our wase wana kina Osama. I had alikuwa na space hapo sometimes some 1 hour ago, and he's trying to ask people to convince people that yes, he sell out, regardless of how he tries to explain it, whether alilipwa ama kulipwa, that's his loss, but he's a sellout regardless of which angle it comes out with, because he's a sellout because he went against the agreement that people had of not hosting. Whether alilipwa or not, that is his problem. Yeah, he probably wanted to become a hero, you know, kama kulipwa and he did it out of his own will, then he just wanted, he's a sellout because he wanted to come out as the hero who saved the day, based on the reasons anapeana. So regardless, he's a sellout, but I would, in my opinion, we shouldn't be focusing on that. If he wants to come back to the fight, this thing, Atuna, it's not an organization. We don't even have meetings where tunaendanga tunakaa chini tunakunywa chai. Everyone is fighting for what they know is right. Everyone. So if he wants to come back, let him come back. And because it will happen to many. You've seen Kasmuel has alikuwa ameatakiwa hapo nyuma. Hapo mbeleni alikuwa amekanyagwa. The guy came out strong, akaendelea na wasi. Kina Kairo wakanyagwa. They went and came back. Kina Hanifa may receive stray bullets everywhere, but she's there and still fighting with people. So if the likes of Osama wants to go out and come back, let them come back. Everyone is fighting for what they think they know is right. Me, I know I'm fighting for a future, a better future, a fair Kenya, no corruption Kenya. So I know what I'm fighting for. So if anyone else knows what they are fighting for, and then we meet in such a forum and we have the same agenda, that's why we meet here, because we are fighting for the same thing. That is this corrupt government. So let's not focus on individual. Let's focus on the enemy, Niruto, and then let's trace back to our ways. Venye tulianza hii kitu. Let's go back to there and we do it. Sisi tutasupport. Me, I push hashtag day and night. Na mkanga usiku napata yenye naenda nayo, nashuka nayo kabisa. So for us, we'll support in all our ways, but wase wako ground, I think we need to change our ways. Thanks.
Wazi sana.
Yes.
Wazi sana.
Mtutano.
Yeah.
Just to do a rebut of what Davis has said.
Yes.
Davis, if you can hear me, I just wanted to say that this moment hakuna ati imeisha ama ati unaona ni kama kuna wave ati something imenini. For instance, mi nilikuwa Cologne, nilikuwa nimeenda kuona Euro. Game ya mwisho niliona ilikuwa game ya England na Slovakia from Cologne. That was I think on 25th. But when I saw what was happening back home, nikasema hapana. Hii inaweza ngoja, lakini I just have to come back and be part of this history where Gen Z we are making the radical changes that zinahitajika kwa serikali yetu. I had to come back. I came back not because ati ya nini, but I just wanted to be part of this. So your voice hata ukiongea where you are or whatever place wenye uko, it's a voice, like it's a strong, inatupa ile motisha hata those people wenye uko ground. Tunafind ile ground kabisa ya kusema at least we have our voices yenye even if you talk kwa hizo spaces but kwa ground we are still, ile grip bado iko. There's not that movement imenini, ni ile impression tu people are taking it nini, but that's what they want. Wanataka ikae hivyo, ikae ni kama it's shaking, but in real sense the fight is still on. Hakuna kulegeza.
Yep, I agree.
5 people. Kuna Dr. Jackson hapa alikuwa ameinua mkono.
Yeah, Dr. Jackson, I think ni wewe ulikuwa unaongea next after mimi.
Kumbe nilikuwa nimejimute kidogo kabla Jackson naongea. I was still talking kidogo. Sasa Jackson and the next, then Stein, then Jose. As I was saying,
Umemaliza?
kuna betting
You are
site
done?
inaitwa W88. Nitakuwa nawapatia ma t-shirt na ma reflector. So bora tu sign up na link nitawapea. Thank you. Mnaweza endelea Dr. Jackson.
How much are the t-shirts?
T-shirts ni free bro. I don't sell. Hizi ni giveaway.
Oh, that's great. Good evening, everyone. I don't know if we have people. I think the last person who has talked is maybe in the United States. I don't know. It's morning right now. So good evening, good morning, good afternoon. So I think what we need to agree, all of us now, is that hakuna dialogue. Let's agree with. Let's try to make peace with this. We don't have dialogue. We are fighting a system that for the last 60 years has been there. People owning lands almost half of the country, when others are sleeping in the street. Nothing good to smile about. And for that reason, we don't really at all actually embrace anything close to a dialogue. Something else is that I've been shouting in these spaces that we need an agenda, and this one I literally saw it coming. There is a deliberate effort by the government, and we are dealing with a transactional leadership that strongly has a very good wall on propaganda. And dealing with a government that flourish on propaganda is not so easy, because from the face value of it, in fact, those who are outside the country will tell me, you will literally tell me that things are okay in the country, looking at the way the government has decided to give so much, effort to the public by employing so many bloggers. Actually, right now, the number of bloggers we have, if some of you are actually in Twitter, are so high, almost 3 times the real people who are fighting there are so many government bloggers currently who are actually trying all they can to water down the efforts that real Kenyans who have the interest and the best interest of this country at heart are doing. And that's I know majority of you have done. The best thing you can do to blog these bloggers, actually the real thing, because they are working on payroll systems. I'm very sure they are working on payroll. There is no any normal human being who has lived in this country for the last 30 or so. By the majority of them are very old people, born in 80s, 79, thereabout, including someone called Robert Alai, actually, who was opposing. And you see, these people are doing this because they are serving their self-interest. They are serving their self-interest. Today, you saw Raila Odinga coming out and telling people that there is dialogue. Raila of all the people. I mean, if there was the least person, and it is so contradictory that when he was in Fred Omondi's burial, he literally praised Gen Zs and what they are doing and everything doing. Then I saw Gladys Wanga close to him again, who 2 days ago was talking in Luo dialects how Gen Zs have made the system tremble. We are dealing with people who are, on the face value, they look like human beings, but inside those good dresses, coats, dresses, you see, are hyenas and wolves that are covered in corrupt rotten to the core, pretending hypocrites and betrayals. We are actually dealing with an incorrigible system that existed there for a very long period, almost 60 years. And this kind of system has really affected the society and has really watered down the normal fabrics that any given society needs to have. That is why you see we have a lot of resistance from all over. They have to work so hard by any means. And in fact, right now they have regrouped, they have come together. Wamekuja pamoja wote. And the reason why they are doing that is because someone is running a business somewhere that was started or is doing dealings with the government day in, day out. And that business is not is a business that is not legit. And all of them, as you can see them there, they are trying to protect their properties. They are literally trying by all means to protect all that they have. Something came to my mind when I saw the, Azimio leadership and people that are supposed to forge a formidable solution for this country standing there. Now you are calling 50 youths to have a roundtable discussion with an oppressor. Do you know what? The youths who are being killed, Kinarex, are actually staying in Kayole, all the way to town. Majority of the people who are maimed are actually staying in Githurai and Rongai. And most of them, particularly, you will get them in Kibra and Madari. That is the bitter, bitter truth. Do they stay in Karen? As they are forming, and money, I don't know, money is a devil. You will get these 50 youths, they will be there. But one question that I keep on asking myself, where will they come from? That is the question I really, because if they want youths, they need to tell us, we have Dr. Jackson from this point. I don't stay in Kibra, I don't stay in Madare. But we need people the real people. We actually need real people. If there is a negotiation, after all, we have agreed that we don't have a dialogue. And the reason why I'm saying this is that majority of these youths that you'll see they are going to pick are staying in Karen, Kileleshwa, Runda, Kitisuru, the leafy suburbs. And check out, you will see this coming true. So that's why we are saying, Sisi, we don't have any dialogue with anyone. Anyone who will go there, whether it's Osama, I don't know why people are, I keep on hearing people are mentioning Osama, and I keep on asking myself, what is Osama having so much? Who is Osama ameoa nani? That, we have to mention his name all the time. Ameoa nani? I keep on, ameoa Nifa. Who exactly is Osama married to, and which family exactly is Osama coming from? Just because of maybe some few followers, or maybe 5K or 10K in WhatsApp, is making people go mad about Osama. Let's forget about Osama. And I told people the first day, you know very well that in every battlefield there will be fallen soldiers. Fallen in either way, they have been killed, like others have been killed. Some will be bought. But you know what? This is an agenda that we have to propel on. Our children are going to beg. I walk in my estate and I see Burundi, this people from Burundi selling chai, especially at this time it is raining. Wanauza chai na mandazi. It's you see you start asking yourself, This is the country that this young child have given birth to. This is the situation that my child will be in the next 40 years or tuseme 30 years to come. Huyu mtoto atakuwa nauza chai na mandazi in Uganda or in Rwanda or in Tanzania. Reason being, pesa imekulwa yote during our time. There is no, right now they are eating. It takes a great deal of effort kuona a member of parliament or a minister coming out to say, I am wearing a watch worth 900K. In a society where a graduate is sleeping without food, and not just a graduate, so many graduates, and not just so many graduates, so many engineers, so many IT specialists, so many mathematicians, so many doctors. It also, in the same realm and vein, perturbs me. Why should at the same time huyu mtu anafanyiwa interview, a doctor was a medical doctor who has taken 6 years in class is sleeping in Afya House in July, which is winter. And this person is doing an interview just close within the brims of the town, and is mentioning 900K for a watch, 50K for a belt that you turn it inside out. There is a problem, and this problem, if we don't deny these people access to our leaderships, access to there is a way in which someone wants to hear what you have to say so that he can be able to gauge your mind. That is what they are trying to do. And right now, and Ruto is very smart. Whatever is happening and what you saw today was to dilute the efforts that we are pushing through. Remember, from the first week, we had got 14 agendas that we were supposed to. By now, we should be working on the third one. I still have problems with the bill that was assented today. There is a section that I don't get peace with at all. Your section here, vehicles. Now, what exactly happened is that Ruto and the government decided to pour bloggers and pay them, and now they are all over in Twitter. Secondly, what you saw happening today is to hoodwinkers that, you know what, we had asked questions, and Ruto himself assured us just the other day that CS positions are going to be scrapped. I don't know, scrapped or which term can I use? But remember, those CS positions had budgets. That has gone. Hiyo tumesahau. Kenyans are very quick in forgetting. Hiyo tumesahau. There are so many promises that he gave, including some state corporations that are funded. They are getting exchequer from the government. Is not actually telling. And these are the questions you should be asking. When? Because everything, right now, as we are talking about the real Kenya we want, we also need to talk about when we have an agenda, or when someone stands somewhere and say that by this time I'm going to do this, you give us timelines. You literally give us timelines. Right now, we needed to see the CS positions are not existing. The budget that was there has been taken to another serious thing. He talked of the budget for First Lady and Second Lady to be scrapped. That was actually 4 billion, equivalent to what the doctors interns and the whole, Ministry of Health are asking. Where is that money? Those are the questions actually we need to be asking ourselves. Hii kitu unaona they were doing today, one agenda was dilute our minds so that we forget what has happened a few days ago, and also confuse us so that we don't have an agenda moving forward, because there is an agenda for dialogue, which will actually attract, this same dialogue will attract children from Karen, Gen Zs living in Kilaleshwa and all that. Kibera, Madare, Roysambu, Rongai will not be represented. These are games that we have seen for a long time. The political class that currently we have are actually trying to create a system to protect their ill-gotten health. Remember, hata wengine, there are some people who are billionaires in this country. Billionaires in this country. When we have graduates who cannot put food on the table, I meet them every day. I meet them every day. When you have graduates, very beautiful young ladies who have just graduated, that for them to get a job, lazima upeane chini. What, it gets me out of my mind completely that today or in the next 25 years, my child will have to sleep with someone my age to be in a position to get an internship job penye analipwa 20,000 per month. These are the things that literally every single young Kenyans currently are fighting, because they are things we have lived with for some times now. We know how these systems has really reduced our dignity as young Kenyans. By the time you are getting a job, you are 40 years. By the time you are retiring, you are beaten to your ass is beaten down. You look old because you took almost 20 years looking for a job. People have given up in this town, man. Watu wamechoka, man. Kenyans, and by the way, Kenyans are the most hardworking fellas. Very, very hardworking. But the system that we have, look at today now, they are grouping to prevent their billions. I wonder who should live in a country where you have almost 70% of youth can barely earn 100 bob per day, can barely earn 100 per day, and yet in the same country you are a billionaire because you've stolen, you are stealing, and you are stealing. And that is why I have a clerical call for all of us. As we are fighting this, we need to have a serious agenda that we need to rejuvenate ourselves. Today it was so disappointing. I was in town a little bit. There was no one. Hakukuwa na watu. By the way, me, I didn't go to work. I told my boss, no, I'm not going to work. Na tulipigana. I'm truly ready to lose that kind of a job, but ensure we are on the street. Please, let's take this as a personal thing. Look at your child. Sometimes I have young ladies who come and tell me, unajua nini? There are stories that they tell you can't understand. Niliambiwa nilale na huyu ndio niweze kupata job. I compare myself like, you mean that young beautiful child of mine will have to sleep with someone almost double my age to get a job in the name of maybe a director somewhere? We are fighting a system that is so rotten and will actually blow. It has not blown yet. It will blow during the ages when we are old. And it will go the Burundi way. People are leaving their country to go and sell, chai na mandazi in a neighboring country. In the cold, your child. It is going to reach a time. Look at what is happening today. In this century, getting a passport is difficult in Kenya. At the government printer, haifanyi. On ID, you should be taking I remember I took my ID during Kibaki's time, and I was told wait for how many days was it? And during Matiang'i's time, it was so easy. By then, you could walk in a Huduma center and you get an ID. In 2 weeks, if you lose your ID, it was only 2 weeks and you have your ID. It should be reduced even to 1 day. Your ID, you should take it today and you pick it tomorrow, and not anywhere far. The chief's officers should be able to have machines that can process IDs. So as we move forward, we really need to craft a new format of how we tackle issues. Agendas needs to be streamlined in such a way that when we clear one agenda, we go to the next. Otherwise, we will be shouting. And I can't blame Gen Z. We are crafting an idea. We are fighting for a plane to come up, for a plane to, for a plane to start off the ground. It has to have a lot of, pressure. And what we are doing is actually discussing, all this time we have been discussing a way forward, because we are dealing with a rotten system that has been there almost twice our ages. If you are 30 years, So we need to have timeline that up to when are we going to discuss this, so that we come up with an agenda, a serious agenda. We share it in the spaces. These are the agendas that we have. These are the timelines we want to fight them. We have not to proceed to the next before the other one is cleared. The other thing is, how do we demonstrate? The fear is gone. Kenyans no longer have any fear. If people could get into parliament, there is nowhere Kenyans cannot get into. I'm telling you for free. The only thing is, now that they decided that looters have to be part of us so that business owners can blame us for what we are doing, we need to craft like what someone said Martin Luther King used to do, during demonstrations. When I was in nursery, there was this munashikana mkono and form a circle. And it is everywhere. Hata tu mnashikana. There's a way in which you walk like during slavery. Mnashikana ilikuwa inaitwaje? Mnashikana huku na, yani kuna msururo, kuna msururo, and that is a very clear message. That is how we are. Because even if it is job, that is how these rich niggers wameamua kutuweka. Mtakaa kwa hiyo msururo mpaka you get old. And so we need to have this a way on how do we, what model, what methodology do we use when we are going for demonstrations? Because when we just do it haywire, it might be quashed away. It might be quashed away. The other issue as we move forward, apart from ID, IEBC, the bill has been, that bill has been signed by Ruto. There is a section there that talks about vehicles being used. This happens in the United States, I have no problem. But we are not developed as they are. And when we have to use vehicles now, with this regime we are using, we really need to think. Hizo kura zitabebwa kwa gari na zitaenda kuhesabiwa. And these are the strategies now we need to lay. They have said that tutapiga kura kwa in every electoral unit. I don't know if someone has read that clause. In every electoral unit, tutakuwa na gari unapiga. And I was seeing Mutai talking about it. When it rains and it is floody, fine, no problem. But we know your deal. We know your strategy. We know we know where you are heading to. And these are the things, sensitive issues that now we need to know. That even as we are going to vote, we need now to know that they will steal. They will steal, and we need to be prepared very well on the ICT side and on the physical side. You protect your vote at the polling station. Unapiga kura na umeka hapo. The same way interns are now sleeping in MOH. That is exactly the same way we should also be doing it during elections. Hakuna kulala. Hakuna kulala. The other issue is on leadership ya Gen Zs. Haiko. For now, it is not there. By the way, any person we will propose to be a president in 2027, if in case this dude has refused not to resign, we can propose 3 months to election. We don't need a leader right now. We truly don't need a leader at all. They will be compromised. A lot will happen. Na hakuna mtu anini pesa. Even as we move forward again, we also need to have a serious discussion on our bloated representation. I don't see the need of having an MCA who has not gone to class 8 to represent me, earning more than an intern doctor. I really, kuna vitu zinanikula akili mpaka hata siwezi lala. How is someone who has just been someone who maybe is a youth nyumba kumi leader, becoming nyumba kumi. I'm not saying they're not learned, but there are some nyumba kumi leaders in the villages who literally didn't go to school, you know, and then this person is elected as a member of parliament, na hata kuchukua kiapo inakuwa shida kwa sababu Kiswahili na Kizungu ni shida. And these are the people who are earning a lot of money. They are really earning a lot of money and actually the fabrics of our county governance system has been completely destroyed and rotten to the core because of that kind of caliber. You give such kind of people powers, they don't know policies, they don't know how the governance systems work. When they get there, they start giving commands to the governor. Governor has to comply because he or she will be impeached. And when we talk of corruption, the big animal here is the presidency. Because when you have a president who reasons like a common mwananchi, the way we reason like this, and does things that makes a sense in the face of humanity, you will not have problems even in the county. Because we have a very good constitution, all the parastatals, all the governance structure will be responsible to deal with the corrupt leaders, because actually the commander-in-chief is someone who believe and trust in systems that work and favors humanity. So even as we move forward, our bloated representation is taking away a lot of money that can be used actually to make our Kenyans get a job. But even as we move forward, we cannot have jobs in this country. I know the government is in place to create environment for, people to do business, and that is when jobs can be available. But then in the same realm, remember, the jobs cannot be available if even the government themselves cannot allow investors and cannot allow investments. It can't work like that because of corruption and high taxes. Mumia Sugar is down, Moroni is down, Sony is down, this area Manguiko Eldoret is dwindling. We have so many companies that are down that can employ so many people. Right now, look at around. Do you see any company in Kenya that is making sense that tomorrow you will go and drop your paper as an electrical engineer or biochemical analyst and you get a job? Hakuna. Waindi, hizi kampuni za industrial area hapa, if you go, you will literally get all of them are owned by Waindis and a few politicians. So the government, I usually pass hapa kwa ICD. There is nothing there at all. It is all a scrap metal. You see, hakuna kitu inaweza andika watu. And government does not. Let's agree that currently the government, there is no any parastatal available where you can get a job, because literally majority of the parastatals died during Moi's and Kibaki's time. Aziko, like the ones I'm mentioning. Our parents depended on Yala. There is a sugar factory in Yala, Dominion Farm. Actually, I come around that place. And that is what took my dad to university. Right now, as we talk, politics made that gentleman to go back to his country. Sahi, as we talk, we have a whole almost 300 acres of land lying there as a swamp, and it was being used to produce rice, and that was helping so many people. Today, go to Ahero, for example, nothing to see. The vibrant rice that you used to see during Kibaki's time is not there at all. People are suffering, and it is all over. Go to Mount Kenya, coffee, all this. The only thing we can be able to produce in Meru is Moguka, which again is locally consumed and is affecting majority of our youth, when these things are supposed to be taken outside the country, exported na itumike kutengeneza madawa. When we consume them here raw, our youth who do not have jobs consume them here, they die in the villages. Changa is all over. If you go to Mount Kenya, you still see very young people, they are in Changa because there is nothing left for them to do as a job. Hakuna kitu. So the whole day mtu amekaa tu, hakuna kazi, and eventually this person end up getting addicted to drugs. So even as we move forward, this overrepresentation, that money is too much. The money you pay your MPs, the money you pay your MCAs. I don't know the role of women rep. Right now, maternal and child health bill is in parliament, but it was stuck tuko, you know. And these are the women who are supposed to ensure this thing go. Linda Mama is not there. If you are in the hospital, by the way, I'm a medic. If you are in the hospital, you see women suffering seriously because there is no money, and it is sad you can chase a woman, who needs reproductive health services, which are very crucial and urgent, and she cannot be able to get them because there is no, hakuna pesa. Linda Mama went. And Linda Mama was part of the agendas that we were pushing for. So even as we move forward, this issue called chief, that is not making sense at all to me. It is actually going to kill private hospitals completely. Mkitengeneza hizo agenda muongeze Medihill Hospital hapo pia. Because these are investments that are employing Kenyans, and because of conflict of interest zinaangushwa chini. Medihill imeenda. You can imagine Medihill Nakuru, Medihill Nairobi, Parklands, Medihill Eldoret, hizo zote zimeanguka. Sasa ile population ya over almost 3000 wenye walikuwa wanafanya kazi hapo wako nyumbani sahi. Doctors, engineers, pharmacists, hakuna. Yani you look at where are the parastatals now that Medihill is not there? Which government parastatal apart from Kemri, that you would apply and get a job, and where are the jobs to? Where are the jobs? Let's move forward. Kwa hizo agenda mweke over representation, lazima tu turudi kwa referendum, and we have to ensure that things are working right. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Maurice, and 5 people for giving me this opportunity.
Alice, unaweza ongea juu umeshinda ukinitext.
Okay, good evening everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, nakusikia.
Okay. So, for me, I am Alice, by the way, and I am a nutritionist and dietitian. And above all, I am a Kenyan who is fighting for change. First, from today's photos and the IBC bill assentment, it was not okay and it was not good. One, because the part of the using vehicles as polling station is a big scam. Number two, it is the same people. We are seeing same old politicians. We even didn't see gender equality. We didn't see people living with disabilities. We didn't see the youth. We didn't see Gen Zs in that conference or something. And with that, it's a big scam. We need to have a plan on how to change things. Number two, Occupy MOH. I have a suggestion. Most of the graduates, nutritionists, pharmacists, medical officers, what else? We have medical officers, we have clinical officers, we have nurses, we have social workers, we have so many people who are under the umbrella of Ministry of Health. It is not only the medical interns who are suffering. We have a lot of people under Ministry of Health. So I would suggest, as we occupy MOH, can we support other graduates to go there and demand for their rights? We can support the medics to demand for their rights, but we can also accompany them to the Ministry of Health so that we can change healthcare for once and for all. One, because if you go to many hospitals, there are no drugs, there are no services. People are not getting the right services. A person can queue from morning to evening and yet go home unseated or unattended to. And so for Occupy MOH, the capacity wasn't good. I am willing to join them tomorrow or maybe next time and mobilize my fellow graduates, fellow medics, and other people, other graduates who are at home can join us. We go there, we demand for our rights. Lastly, let's not lose focus. Let's deal with one thing at a time, because this government is rogue. They're not willing to listen to us. How come Raila is coming on board and saying that we need to dialogue? Was Raila part of the movement? No, he was not part of the movement. The movement was for young people, and young people need change, and they don't need a dialogue. We need actions. Yeah. So for anybody who is willing to join medics, please let's coordinate, let's join them in solidarity so that healthcare can be sorted, healthcare can be achieved. Healthcare should be free, drugs should be free. Imagine for 8 months now, children are not getting vaccines in hospitals. Baby Friendly is in private hospitals and it is very expensive. So let's join hands in solidarity, let's demand for change. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Karibu, umeongea. Karim Stein.
Nilikuwa nimebonga Morio, ama umesahau? I think
Stein.
your time
Okay.
ulikuwa I think swali.
Hii kitu iko
Stein
na
now.
glitch. Iko na glitch like sisi hatuoni nani anaongea hizi, hata ujui. Unaambia tu mzee, nasoma tu majina zenye naona ziko na speaker.
Yeah, it is happening
Oh,
on my side.
Yeah.
Stein abonge
Okay.
kwanza.
Stein ndiye anaongea sahi. So
Okay.
I want to tell you guys a lot that is happening right now. The government is using a lot of money in propaganda, and that is what sahi tukiangalia our strongest side was talking together in one voice, like ndio tuende maandamano. Tulikuwa tunasema Ruto must go and I should reject the finance bill. But the moment we get to talk in one voice right now, unakuta there are some people, for example, who have been bought by the government or have been paid. Unakuta wanafungua space, alafu us who are supposed to talk about one thing, tuna shift to another topic, which is bringing us to lose focus. And in their side, wanakanika wana win. Ruto right now is naked. That's why he's looking for ODM, Raila Odinga, because the soldiers that he had, we have already fought them. Juzi you saw when Sudi came online, alisema ata retire from online right now for a while, ataongea, is because we have fought that soldier right now, na ametuondokea. Now the other strategy now watakam use, wanaweza come waanze kutumia tribal politics right now, so that we can lose focus. All I'm asking is, let us not lose focus. Let us talk in one voice. Let us believe in what we do. Moto bado ijaisha. I heard there is some speaker who had said that ni kama moto imepoa. Moto ijapoa. I've seen today in Nandi, people have walked in offices of local government to ask for accountability from their governor. The fire is not out. What we need now is keep it burning. We should keep it burning. Right now, tutafute now a hashtag ya kusema there should be no dialogue. Because that's the thing now they want to force us through the throat. And if this dialogue wanasema watatafuta those youths that are looking for kukuwe na dialogue, the next thing watakama watasema now there is some clauses in the constitution we need to amend, and because they are together itakuwa sasa let us amend the constitution, let us take this clause down and we bring this clause up, because wataona the youth have woken up, tumeamua kuwa pamoja. And let us not forget our fallen soldiers. Let us, akusikue na damu yoyote imemwagika, tunaiachilia hivyo. We should count our wins, na tunafaa kuwa tunajua what we want out of this. Tusikuwe tumeluza ati watu kwa streets na bado watu hapa hivi hatutaki kufight. So that's all what I want to say. Sina a lot of charge kwa phone.
Okay, thank you. Jose right? Alafu msanadai kuongea atuma request. Juu kitu sijui na glitch gani hapa.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Uh, first of all, I hope you guys mmekuwa fiti. You guys have had a great day ama like mmekuwa tu fiti. Me first things first na nimekuwa catch up with everything that's been going on today, and shockingly kumekuwa na hii issue ya IBC, and the shocking part ni like kuna hiyo part of the bill where they're saying like sijui even a vehicle can be a polling station, which mi na disagree with, because tumekuwa hadi na ghost schools, tumekuwa na like non-existent schools posing as polling stations. So you can imagine what these guys can do with cars, like cars as polling stations. And this time hakuna ati Rao versus Ruto. Right now it's us versus them. Hao wamesha pick their side, wameamua kuprotect their wealth, wameamua kuprotect their statuses, because wamerealize it's not political this time. Everyone is on the chopping block, and they have to do whatever they have to do to protect each other. That's why unaona mjinga kama Alai anakujanga hapa kubweka ujinga each and every day. But for me, make sure that I encourage, especially you people on Twitter, if you know you have the numbers, tafadhali have something called integrity in life. Jaribu acquire it. Even if you don't have it yet, try to acquire integrity. Trust me, hiyo kitu ina work, and it will work well for you in the long run, better than being just someone who has a price tag. Unaona? On another note, mimi I feel like kama unataka kusamea Osama Otero, I don't know what's wrong with your brain. I feel sometimes ni kama Kenyans suffer from something called Stockholm syndrome. Sijui kama mmeisikia, but if you guys know what I'm talking about, Stockholm syndrome is a situation where like a victim of an oppressor, I'm a victim of like a certain terrifying situation, akisha survive anaanza kusema like, oh, maybe it wasn't that bad, maybe it wasn't, and I can see that's what is starting to happen. Let's not nini kid ourselves here, tafadhali, because it happens. It has happened time and time again in Kenya. That's why tuko in these problems zenye tuko. We just keep digging, like what tunachukua tunatoa ng'ombe tuna replace na punda, and expect it, and we expect something different to happen. And naona huyo Osama amerudi back on this platform trying to justify whatever, I don't know, trying to justify his actions. To me, it doesn't make sense. Lives were lost. Na hakuna kitu more precious in this world than a life, because I think life and time. And again, I'm going to emphasize on time and life. First things first, tumepoteza lives, wasa wamepoteza lives in this push. Some, and the difficult part is these people lost their lives while unarmed. I don't think what one understand the weight of it. We are not we are not a nation where people own firearms. And even if people do own firearms, ni very few individuals, and the criteria to own firearms, you have to be like wanasemanga like the conditions ni you have to be a businessman or like some shit. Mostly ni our politicians still who own those guns personally. I'm a few businessmen here and there. See hatuna guns, we are just unarmed citizens trying to advocate for what we deserve and our rights, na tunataka constitution iko implemented fully, tunataka accountability. We want a government that works for the people, not for themselves, not for their selfish interests. This country has a lot of potential. Ukiangalia the process that these people have looted in full accordance, if these things were implemented fully, I think we would be in a much better position right now as a country than where we are. because let's face it, hizi vitu za Mumias kucollapse nini nini ni deliberate. It's all deliberate. A few people are benefiting. Me, let me tell you something. Kuna a time I was doing shopping, and then I overheard someone kwa supermarket saying like uh they've worked at Cabras Sugar, and they were like, Cabras Sugar cannot put their sugar on every, like sugar yenye wana produce from western, haiwezi nini like the whole nation, haiwezi uzwa the whole nation, like the production is very little. So it means someone is importing sugar, repackaging it, and profiting off of it. Kuna that Indian guy mwenye alikuwa grabbed off the streets, sijui kama mnakumbuka anything a while back, and then later on tulimwona akishake hand ya King Charles when he was in Kenya. You guys follow up on that, and then you'll open a can of worms zenye hata amini like what is going on. And then on another issue, our associate wako aware of our demands. They know very well most of your demands. They're just not willing to compromise. Because you guys we are trying to upset a status quo that has been here since independence. Because let's be honest, Jomo alikuwa sell out. Jomo sold out the Mau Mau. That's why he had to be locked up for a while. Because he was pushing for his own public or for his own personal gain. Na pia like they handpicked him for that reason alone. Because they knew like he was selfish and all about his agenda and all about himself and not for the nation. And this is a chance for us to fix everything. It's a chance for us to fix the system. It's a chance to right so many wrongs zenye zimefanyika mababu zetu, like our fathers, our mothers. They have like penye wamefikisha, like me nafurahi like we have a constitution, and it's one of the best constitutions like me my go through personally. If fully implemented and upheld as as it should be, like then we will be just fine. Also another thing, me I feel like ikitu ya politicians could print their names on projects and stuff, or creating signboards, it needs to be done away with at this point, honestly, because it's not their money, it's taxpayers money. It's just crazy kuona mtu ameandika sijui funded by MP so and so, ama honorable so and so. It doesn't make sense. It's not a donation, it's not charity. Kuna some MPs out here threatening at their constituents at you'll have to get used to life without CDF. And let me tell you, if they threaten you with that, you go and tell them, why don't they champion for free and dignified education? Because from what I understand, and the total kitty bursaries, I think it's about 80 billion. You can't tell me 80 billion it a fail to fund school, like fund free education. Kibaki did it, and he started it when like this country was like way like economically haikuwa at a good place. But if he could do it, why not? Why can it not be implemented sahi? Alafu on to this people who are here like sowing the seeds of like watu wenye wanatumia tu divisive methods hapa na pale kujaribu kujaribu ku break up the movement. Here's my honest opinion. We shouldn't have a leader, we should never have a leader. We know what happens. Watu kaa kina Rao, mina kwanga, I'm glad everyone is now seeing Raila for the fraud he always was. Rao ni wale wase wali hijack hizo movement za Saba, unaona, because they had the resources and the funding to do so. So they used it to gain political mileage, which is a lesson to also us. Unaona hawa ma politicians wenye wana come out in support of you guys nini nini, because mseka Jeremiah Kioni, I saw an earlier tweet, he was saying like, he was critiquing Ruto, and then someone akamuuliza simply, we kwa constituency yako ulifanya this project and this project, Can we see like the quotations of it? Up to now he hasn't responded, and hapo hivyo naona like a lot of people are like, you know, like spamming comments hapo and just trying to get answers. These people don't want to be held accountable. They will never want to be held accountable. So what do you do when an employee has failed to do their work? You fire them. Sisi ndio the employers, only the employees. That's one thing people should understand. And on the note of these people when you hired bloggers and whatnot, I feel it best. I don't know why people are still engaging with them. The best thing right now for people in this movement, what you can do, if you follow them, go and follow them. I don't know what you're doing engaging with such narrow-minded people, because they don't understand that hata hiyo 500 Gs zenye unapata monthly, it's nothing compared to what they're taking away from you at the end of the day. Because these people are willing, get this, these people are willing to fund this, like these little bloggers here and there, and smear campaigns pale hapa na pale, just to like make sure like you stay oppressed. And then they're using this thing like ati to propagate ati, you know, we might blunder into instability like Sudan. We are not that foolish and we are not that crazy. We don't want anarchy. See, we know what we are fighting for and they know. And hiyo kitu ni like wanatumia kutu guilt trip into like taking a step back and saying like it's a bad thing we're doing, but it's not a bad thing we're doing. We're actually doing the right thing, and the constitution actually asks like it's what is required by every citizen in this country. So from me, that's it for today. I think. Thank you for the opportunity. uh I wish everyone a pleasant rest of the evening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Jose Right, umeongea?
Yeah, like it was me who was talking.
Oh, ni ulikuwa unaongea.
Kuna a few, yeah.
Lightoriat.
Just give me a moment. I'll give me a few minutes. I'm just doing something, and then I'll be able to catch up with you guys. Just hold on. Give it to someone else first.
Sawa, so Abdi Rahman Skadi. Abdirahman Skadi. Abdirahman, naweza sikia?
na naweza ongea
Go ahead.
kuhusu kitu yenye huu msee anatoka Dadaab constituency amesema.
But si ilikuwa
Ne,
ukweli hiyo story, haikuwa ati watu wameedit, si ndio?
as in, kuna part yenye alikuwa anaongea kuhusu Somalia na Somaliland na kuna part yenye alikuwa anaongea kuhusu Kenya na parliament na state house. Huyo msee kuna time yenye alikuwa amepotea kwa limelight ya politics za Garissa County. Sijui kama mshai notice. Kitambo alikuanga Mongra huko kwetu Garissa County. Huyo msee alikuanga tu ana instigate yani watu wapigani kikabila. Anakuanga tuna hiyo tabia mostly. That's why unaona sometimes back alikuwa amepotea, watu wametulia, hakujai happen na maneno na civil hizo ma inter-tribes wars huko Garissa County. Tangu apote. Sasa I think ni Duale amemrudisha. Kuna watu wengi yenye Duale aliwarudisha hapa Garissa County as a member of parliament yenye wote ni tu ni mafala. Kwa hiyo speech yenye alikuwa anaongea amesema kuna watu wenye wanaharamu. Sasa I think alikuwa anaongea kuhusu Wakikuyu wameletwa Nairobi waende wavamie parliament, tena waende wavamie state house, wamfukuze Zakayo. Na kama alikuwa anasema walikuwa funded na watu wengine. So lakini hiyo mahali yenye alikuwa anasema alikuwa na 5,000. Kwa hiyo video alikuwa anasema kama angekuwa yeye president angeua 5,000 hata kama ni 5,000 of them. Lakini ile kitu sasa sijui Because kuna video ingine pia watu wa sijui huko Somalia pia wao wanatumia, kuna venye wameedit, sasa sijui ni gani, but Kenya nasema huyo msee ako capable kusema hivyo. Si ati mtu unaweza sema ai huyu msee hawezi sema hivyo. Unaona?
So
Hizi
he's a dangerous man basically.
huyo msee anakuanga hivyo. Watu wa Dadaab this time round wamelazimishwa kumchagua na Duale mwenyewe. Because Duale ndio huwa anafanda watu chini ya Oyes. Hata huyu msenya anatoka Fafi, Duale ndio amemleta
Na
ndio
mbona
akue.
na mbona hiyo side you guys like voting as a community, unapata mnaambiwa huyu ndo msee wetu na inakuwa hivyo, elders ndo
Bro,
wanakaa chini, they decide your leaders.
hata sasa hii nimeanza tu kuandika kidogo tu kuhusu hii story ya hii movement yetu ya Gen Z. Sisi ni wase wa diaspora. Tumeanza tu kuandika hivi, tumeanza kupigiwa simu. Utaamini. Tumeanza kupigiwa simu, tunaambiwa ai, nyinyi mnataka kuleta division, nyinyi sasa mnaanza ukabila, nyinyi mnataka
Walai. Na
kututoa.
huko diaspora.
Sisi tuko diaspora bro. Tulipigiwa simu tunaambiwa tumereconcile, so kwa nini tena mnaanza kuturudisha nyuma? Kuna governor ako Garissa sasa hii, Garissa County. Huyu msee alikuwa amesema amesema ati atafanya damage control venye there's a patient lady yenye amekuwa rape ndani ya PG hiyo Garissa Referral Hospital. Sijui kama mshaisikia story, juzi tu alikuwa kwa hiyo story yenye ilikuwa inaendelea. There's that lady amekuwa rape ndani ya hospitali venye alikuwa ametoka kwa theater tu hivi. Hiyo hospitali by the way haifanyangi job. Kuzo wangu na daktari sasa hivi walikuwa on strike. Ameniambia hata sindano unaenda kujinunulia nje. Sindano bro, syringe ya kudunga msee unaenda kuja kununua. So wako the same family na huyo governor. Sasa wanasema ati sasa hii ndio wamechukua tu usukani, tunasema hizi story ndio tuwatoe kwa ofisi kwa sababu hatuko kabila moja. Yani wamegeuza the entire story ndio ukabila. Sasa the same story na venye huyu Nuruddin Haji wameambiwa hakuna kitu anafanya. By the way huyo ndio sasa ni habara wa hii money laundering yeye ndo anawasaidia kwa kesi ikitoka tu kidogo hivi, sijui ni anaongea na EACC ama nani, hiyo kesi yao inapoteanga hivyo. Venye huyo msichana amerepua ndani hiyo hosi, ilikuwa inatakikana aseme mtu afunge, kama ni CAC resign, kama ni CEO yenye amechaguliwa sasa hii resign, kama head of hiyo hospitali resign. Hakuna mtu ameresign, hakuna mtu amefanishiwa for that nini, imagine.
Okay, huko unajua inakwanga some other type of world. Juu unapatanga pia kesi kama hizo tena, just to like elections, kesi kama hizo tena bado zinapelekwa kwa wazee wa kijiji, wanaimalizia hapo one time.
But sasa unajua ina dangerously now overflowing to sleep. Unaona? Si ati kitu unaweza sema itabaki huko. Unajua sasa wanaanza kuja na hizo vitu tunao itakuja isli kama huu msee sasa Faramali, story zake tu kozi watoto wake wote wanafanya huko Somalia job. Sijui kama ushaona, utaona hapa kwa Twitter. Wanafanya IGAD. Sijui sasa interest yake yote iko huko, watoto wake wanafanya kwa KPMG sijui wapi, bado wanakuwa na cover hizo big 4 huko, lakini wanafanya Somalia. So unaweza shangaa sasa interest yake iko wapi? Unaona, tangu atoke Dadaab mpaka wasai hajai rudi. Wewe ukiona Dadaab bro, Garissa mvua tu ikinyesha kidogo hivi hiyo bridge inavunjika. Sasa wanaenda wanakula ugali na maziwa. Mvua tu ikinyesha kidogo hivi venye sasa inanyesha, hiyo bridge inakatika. Sasa wanakula tu ugali na maziwa for like months because huwezi access Garissa because hiyo bridge ikivunjika ndio hivyo. Pesa yote inachukuliwa. Hii story yenyewe watu wanasema ati hao governors wa Somalia ama MPs wanajenga sauti ama isli, watu wanaona ni Wasomali wanakuwa targeted. But ni ukweli, sasa zingine ni ukweli. Because hizo pesa huwezi ona, hakuna project mostly inatakana watu wa Garissa County ama hata hii Wajir ama Mandera, wengi wao ni pastoralists. Ile kitu ungeona kitu kama dams zinachimbwa. Huwezi ona dam. Njia haijengwi, hospitali hazifanyi. Sasa unaweza shangaa like the billions every financial year wanapewa, budget yao ni over 8 billion, lakini ukiangalia pia donor funds pia ni mingi. Unaweza shangaa yani hiyo pesa inaenda wapi? Hiyo pesa inakuja Nairobi ama inaenda majuu.
Ndio maana mtu alikuwa anasema one vote one shilling one man, si ndio?
They were against that because kuna
Juu
constituency nyingine
wanajua
kama Fafi
hawata benefit.
Kuna hizo kama bro, kuna pesa kama zinaitwa disaster management fund. Kuna hiyo disaster management authority. Unajua Kenya pia kuna a lot of authority yenye hakuna kazi inafanyanga, ni money laundering tu. Kuna hiyo inaitwa disaster hakuna disaster mali nyingine ina happening kama northeastern ama hizi ma northeastern counties kama Turkana, Marsabit, Wajir, Mandera, Garissa. Every drought, because Kenya ilikuwa na drought mingi for the last few years. Every drought year kulikuwa na hiyo fund, hizo funds bro ni zinakuwa redirected back to Nairobi. Hizo hakuna mali zinaendanga, because how do you manage hizo disasters kama hakuna damu na wachimbia hawa watu? Imefika mahali hata last time Amboseli watu walikuwa wanachimba hizo dams for wild animals. What do you think hizo animals za commercial ama hizi za pastoralist nani anawachimbia? Hakuna mtu anachukua, lakini walipewa pesa, hata hawakupewa hizo pesa, walipewa, lakini hizo pesa inarudi Nairobi, inakuwa integrated into hiyo county. Sijui inafanyika aje, inarudi sisi. Akona manyumba hapa Kilimani, chief officers wako na manyumba hapa, sijui na Garden, sijui Donholm wote, lakini ukimuuliza sisi, ukimuuliza kwa family nilitoa Garissa huko bana, hakuna hata afya, hata hakuna hospitali. Huyo ni sisi wa health. Watoto nimeleta hapa Green Estate na Gidi wako hapa, unajua they brag, wako hizi ma mosques zinakuwa hapa DOD. Utaona kwa hizi ma posh mosque kuna wana avoid hizi ma jamii mosques, kila mtu hata students wana pray, hawataki waonekane na watu, so wanaenda mosque kama hizo za DOD, hizo za Salama, moja iko South C, wanaenda. Kuna moja siku hizi imejengwa Kilimani, so wanajificha mahali kama huko. Hizo CEOs, governors, so wanakuanga tu hapo tu Nairobi, but my main issue hiyo speech ya huyo msee, he is capable of saying that, even though watu wanasema iko doctor hapa pale nini, but he will say, huyo msee atasema. Lakini sasa ni kama kila mtu, yani kama ni opposition ama kama ni government, ni kama wameanza kuogopa, so itabidi tu tuendelee hivi venye iko, lakini now that I miss.
Unaona, unajua kitu tunaongelea Nairobi sana nini sana, akijaguzia saidi ya Garissa that much ama
Unajua
Garissa
sasa,
County na huko
but
juu, so nilikuwa
like sasa,
nakuuliza wewe, unaona kama hiyo education yenye sisi tunaenda kuambia wase wa huko wa hizi counties zingine, that you guys should register as voters, nyinyi ndio mnafaa ku decide who to vote and what not. Unaona if that thing itakita kweli in that area?
cause sasa hii kuna space hapa za zingine wanafanya, even though hakuna watu wengi wanajoin, lakini sasa hiyo the word is out there, you can see their Facebook pages, cause unajua watu wa mashinani wanapendanga Facebook wengi wao. Utaona kwa hizo Facebook pages that wanaanza kuongea, everything stems from Nairobi, unaona. So if we keep the heat in Nairobi, in overflow kwa hizo county zingine, so watu wataanza hizo maneno ya ukabila, itakuwa at some point itakuwa dropped, because youth wataanza ku revolt, because kama students sasa, bright students usually come from neglected families. Sijui kama hizo madaktari, hizo ma interns, wengi wao wanatia bidii ndio they get out of the block venye wao tunasema, so wanajaribu. So mtu anatoka huko mashinani, huko karibu border, huko Somalia, huko mashule zile remote sana, wanapata kitu kama B+ somehow, wanaenda kufanya med au kitu kama hiyo, because kuna hiyo kama venye wanafanya standardization, ama saa zingine wanawalipia na CDF, so wako Nairobi, so now they take the words back, wanaanza kuongea. Yani uta notice tu imeanza, watu wameanza kuongea kuhusu hizi vitu sasa, hata kwa account watu wameanza kuongea. Sasa ndio unaona sasa ameanza kuchagua ma CEOs, chief officers, juice wameanza kuchaguliwa, ameanza ku-diversify kidogo, utaweza ameanza kuogopa yule governor, lakini sidhani kama itamsaidia, cause hii ni kama ni movement, unaona. Kuna vitu wanajaribu kuridhisha watu kidogo, but sidhani kama itafanya, because watu wameanza sasa kuongea, everywhere wameanza kuongea. Ita take time, because huko ni ukabila, ni still venye iko, wewe mwenyewe unajua, but eventually naona tukiweka tu sana, the IEBC imewekwa mahali mzuri, na kama itakuwa tuone, hebu walikuwa wanasema Kiambu pia wanaweza urudisha sijui MP wao moja tu, ikifanyika hivyo, tuiwekelee tu hivi, bila kuchagua leader, bila kuchagua party yote, bila kuchagua kabila yote, mimi naona itashika kila mahali. So tuendelee tu hivyo venye iko. Baba ameongea venye ameongea, kwa sababu mimi sijui ni historia ya Eurobond tunaanza kuongea, sijui ni wapi inatoka hiyo story, baba sijui sasa imeenda aje tena, but tukiwekelea baba kuna mahali hata yeye pia atasimama tu nyuma asema ai sasa sioni kama
Kweli
anaweza saidia. So
kweli.
tutaifinyilia tu IBC imebadilisha madaktari, hebu interns pia tuone huyu nakumicha atoke. Bani ai historia nakumicha huyo madam, tusipoitoa hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya walai. Kama tuwezi toa huyo madam mjinga hapo, huyo naye itabidi tu huyo akitoka IBC ikuwe reconstitution, yani kidogo tu tuna cut off his wings huyo msee, mpaka akiona tu ni sisi ndo sasa tunasema kama tutakubali akae hapo, mpaka tufikie kwa spinal cord yake tumwambie bro toka bana.
Kweli.
So tuendelee tukue tu tuko na structure ya kwenda mbele bila kuchukua leader, bila kuchukua party, bila kuchukua kabila, one at a time. Tumesema finance bill imeangushwa, tumesema IBC huwe reconstituted, na kama kuna mtu ako lawyer hapa tusaidie, kwa tunaona clauses zingine za ufala sana kwa hiyo bill, kwa hiyo IBC staff. So tuendelee tuifinya tu hivyo. Next thing health sector sasa tuanze. Kuna mali kuna sector zingine kama energy tukifika bro. Holy fuck. Briefly nilifanya job na hiyo energy sector bro, hiyo mali iko rotten mbaya sana. Hizo ndo kwanza, there's one of the last born ya parastatos. Kuna moja inaitwa Ketrako. Hizo vitu tukifika hapo ndo utajua Eurobond ilienda wapi. Tunaifinyilia tu yani tukienda hivyo one by one, lakini tukue impatient na action, lakini tukue patient na results. Tukiendelea ni kwa hayo tu, asanteni.
That is very nice. Next itakuwa Laitoriat. I hope uko ready to speak. Alafu Morio, si tu end this space at 8. Tumekuwa hapa tangu asubuhi bro, tangu 8 asubuhi.
Bana. Hata nimechoka bana.
Ndio.
Okay, I'll be very brief.
We can have one last speaker. Alafu tusikize reggae. We call it a day.
I'll be very brief kidogo tu sana. Yeah.
There's something ni Dioja amesema about hiyo kitu ya Kentraco. Actually is very right because
ni nani anaongea?
Karim ndo anaongea.
Ndo nilikuwa nasema hiyo issue ya Ketraco is one of the zile parastatal ambazo zimetumiwa sana kuloot na kuibado sana hii 254. Kwanza the time when this former governor wa nini alikuwa huko, not the former governor, this governor wa current governor wa Kakamega.
Baraza hiyo inaitwa Baraza Foundation. Holy shit bro.
Exactly. Yeah,
shit.
Baraza. That guy when he was at Kentraco, even Samoei used him to launder pesa mob sana.
Huyo msee huwezi mguza. Huyo msee ukimguza bro umguza Ruto.
That's now bro. Ukitaka accounts za Ruto vizuri, actually if you want to like find out the way he launders money or whatever, CPA, even that Baraza Foundation is a CPA. That guy is very anajua kuficha pesa mbaya sana.
Bro,
the
he's
one
a genius. He's a genius of a money launderer huyo msee.
When he was at Ketraco.
Huyo msee akiongea Ruto ameongea bro. Huwezi guza. Hata one of his legal advisor, acha tunikushow sahi. Legal advisor wake anaitwa CTNA. Juzi tu alikuwa CS company secretary wa Ketraco. Ametoka, alikuwa private consultant. Sijui private consultant wa huyo msee bado akiwa Kakamega County. Anaitwa somebody CTNA. So yani wako intertwined na hizo money laundering they happen from 2013 when waliingia hawa yeye Ketraco ilikuwa pale hapa hivi. Office zao ilikuwa hizi manyumba za Raila pale wanaitwa Capitol Hill before amekao ya Saba House. Hiyo Loyangalani Susu wa ile story yenye ile happen na hiyo Turkana wind power. Hizi vitu tu
wind power project.
Kuna project mingi kama hii ya sijui inaitwa Loyangalani Marsabit. Kuna machingu fulani yenye wamepewa advance payment mpaka sasa hawajaanza job. siku moja tu waliamka 2.8 billion walitoa tu kwa account hivyo, wao sasa wamepewa kama advance payment. Kuna wanaitwa China Water, mpaka sasa hawajaanza job.
Yeah, that's na unajua that's what they did with the IPPs, hizi independent power producers pia. They locked them out kabisa.
PS, huyo PS alikuwa anaitwa Njoroge mwenye alitoka before huyo aingie. Huyo msia alikuwa engineer. This is sometimes pia unajua profession naye zingine haiwezi. Alikuwa engineer, yeye pia alikuwa one of the beneficiaries, alikuwa na IPP, alikuwa na independent power producers. One of the companies ilikuwa ni yake. Huyo msia I think time yake iliisha, walibadilisha ama yeye ndiye resign. He was a good guy before, but alikuwa na conflict of interest yeye na Moi Gideon because walikuwa na one of the companies ilikuwa ni yao hiyo. So hiyo sector ya energy, ICT na health, hizo tatu na transport, hiyo ndio mahali Eurobond ilipotelea huko, hizo tatu.
Even up to now ndo bado wanatumia wash the money,
kulaunda
kulonda that money.
Unaweza huwezi launda kingine, ni ICT, energy, health na inaitwaje na transport. Hizo tatu unazunguka, hizo tatu unaweza launda money. Kwa hizo zingine ni kama
and then funny enough anakuja na hizo contracts where he says that the ICT hubs are being constructed, and if you go and look at the ICT hubs zenye zimejengwa utashindwa this thing imekula around 300 million. This kama yenye so this one in Juja, was it Juja or whatever, and you wonder is this thing worth 300 million really?
Kama uko hapa na wewe ni engineer na kama ufanye job kwa kijiji Kengen na Ketraco, hizo ni kama hiyo ndio the big four, kama venye watu wakifanya accounting wanaenda big four kama PwC. Hiyo ndio PwC wa engineers. Ndio sasa hii engineers wanajisukuma kama Ketraco hivi because they open doors for you, lakini pia hizo mahali zinakunywa a lot. Unaona sasa hii juzi walikuwa wanasema sijui half of the employees wa Ketraco ni Wakikuyu ama Wakale.
Yes.
And then to there's a reason because hata pa DM bro, ukienda Mombasa tu kidogo, yule entry level anachukua 11,500 per night, entry level peke yake. Entry level bro, ukiandikwa leo kazi, kesho na memo uenda unajitengenezea, unasema tunaenda kufanya search, tunaenda kufanya sijui wapi. All those areas around Mombasa in the same rate. Imagine engineer anajitengenezea ama ka employee kadogo anajitengenezea hapa DM ya 10 nights 11,500. Rooms hata hitaji salo. Anakuja kwa sawa. That's why unaona wase kama sasa Gen Z zenye wako huko hawezi ongea.
Yeah, very true, because what you're saying is true, because me I was honestly speaking nilikuwa Kengen under contract for easy PwC. We were doing the Olkaria 4 an auxiliary unit at Olkaria 4. So I remember at that time unapata if you do ukifanya math yako unapata there are people the way like Simba Arati was doing at when he was governor for Kisii. Unapata there are drivers there, but those drivers are there but they don't know how to drive, but they are brought there as drivers.
So jana kupigiwa simu yenye anasema sasa nimepigiwa, nimeongea kuhusu one of the MPs mwenye anatoka hiyo mahali, anatoka Garissa County, one of the 6 MPs mmoja wao ndio alikuwa ametweet something. He said 10 years bila break for Ruto. So I commented about it, nikamwambia wewe hujaandika hii because yeye hajui kuandika kitu. Nikamwambia wewe kuandika umeandikiwa, bado acha tu nikwambie wewe, there's a reason kwa nini watu wa Fafi constituency walikwambia hutowairudi na walikuangusha last time. Huyo mzee alikuwa kwa energy committee. Sasa he is trying to talk about pesa ilipotea ilikuwa kwa sijui auditor general maneno na sijui wewe unaongea kuhusu nini? Ulikuwa kwa energy committee. REA ilikuwa na ile shida yote ya corruption. Si unajua REA, Rural Electrification Authority, kuna msea juu hapa. Hiyo ni mali nyingine imeoza. So huyo msea alikuwa kwa energy committee, wanachukua maprada zao wanaenda pale wanachukua contract. Kazi yao tu ni kwenda pale kwa REA kuomba contract. Basi wananyamazishwa na contract, wanapotea. Wako kwa committee hawezi sema kitu. Energy committee wanakusanya, kila mtu anapewa contract yake na anapotea. Hiyo sikumwambia because najua ingemguza vibaya, but nilimwambia wewe hujui kuandika kitu, wewe nyamaza bana. Hii movement itakumaliza kabisa na hutawahi. Kuna mtu amenipigia simu kutoka home ananiambia wewe umeleta ukabila yako bana. on others.
So hiyo accountability is still a major issue sana kabisa kabisa. Na
Yeah.
ukitaka kujua the money brains za Samoei, you talk to Fernandez Baraza. That's the money brains
Ni
of
wengi wao, si hata
Samoei.
huyo peke yake, everyone yenye amemweka kwa energy sector ni brain wake.
Yeah.
Any mtu yenye ako interns, kuna interns, watu wanaongea kuhusu interns, madaktari pekee. Wewe ungeona interns yenye wanafanya kwa hizo sector, mtu anakaa pale anaongezewa 3 months, anaongezewa another 3 months. Hiyo time anaongezewa 3 months, wanangojea mtu wao amalize either shule ama hakuja aletwa na MP mwingine. Imagine ulikuwa unaweka all those photocopies, all those field trips, unaambiwa na unalipa pesa kidogo, unaambiwa utapewa kazi, unakaa na wewe ni graduate, si intern. Sio intern ati unangoja umalize shule. Wewe ni graduate bro, you have been staying out of school for 5 years, 4 years, 3 years. Mtu anakuambia nilimaliza, hata ukiangalia nyuma ni kama mlimaliza all the same time. Ai bro, mpaka sasa uko jobless. Si niko intern. Mtu hata wengine wako na watoto bado ni intern. Unakonfirmiwa sijui kidogo tu, kama sasa hii Kuri amesema there's no hiring bro, anakuambia akisema hivyo interns wote wanafukuzwa mahali wote wako, all the parastatals wanafukuzwa wanaenda, hakuna, lakini wanabaki na specific ones. MP anakuja nisukumie huyu nenda nisukumia wale wenye walikuwa wanafanya job hapo. Mtu unaona umemfundisha kazi bro, tulikuwa tunawafundisha 3 months 6 months, amekaa, hata unamwachia unachukua leave, yeye anahandle hiyo job perfectly well. Ni mtu mwenye graduate naye, ukirudi hayuko. Kwa nini? Wamekataa kuniongezea contract bana. Wamesema nini? Hata wamesema tutakuita. Huyo msee hataitwa. Mtu kidogo tu kikaa 1 2 weeks bro, unaona mtu wa kwao ama mtu anamjua mwenyewe anamleta. Sasa unaweza shangaa unamwambia kuja hii system kidogo SAP, unaanza kumfundisha ajui. Hai, tena unaanza from square one. Yule mwingine anakuja anaona job imeadvertisewa, anajaribu kuapply. Wallahi kwa time tulikuwa tunacheka, watu wanapiga line. Hata ukikuja kwa hiyo energy sector watu wanapiga line, unashangaa holy shit, hata huwezi enda lunch, wala unasikia vibaya. Hawa si wote wanatafuta, na hiyo ni job ni 3 slots, na kuna mtu hapo ndani hiyo kampuni yako ameshaahidiwa, anakuja wallahi anaingiza na backdoor work. Kenyans wala unapata CV imejaa lori nzima, mtu from hata hajai ndio sasa amemaliza tu juzi shule analetwa. So, lakini tunaenda kufinya venye sahi tu mpaka karibu kila mtu sasa ikue. Ukikuja hapa majuu, kitu ya kwanza yenye una realize hakuna mtu mkubwa anapigiwa simu. Unaona hakuna mtu anapigiwa simu. Ukiingia kwa traffic
Nilikuwa
stop,
nataka
ukiingia
kuna kitu nimefanya hapo, nilikuwa nataka ni
ukiingia traffic offense bro unalipa. Ukiingia makosa kidogo unalipa. Hakuna mtu mkubwa anapigiwa simu ama wewe acha tu kuna mkubwa atasort, ama bro una face the law, una face the kila kitu. Watu wanapiga laini, hakuna ukabila ama nini. Mpaka tufike hiyo level tutafinya tu na tuendelee kufinya. Tafadhali tusikue divided. Continue.
Kweli asanteni.
Umeona hiyo kitu yenye alikuwa ameweka ati engineers wanalipa 75 Gs kwenda kule ile nini ya Naivasha. Sijui kama umeona hiyo stuff. Wameset nini ati your engineers wanalipwa, you have to pay 75k 75 Gs kwenda hiyo ni I don't know ni rate kama ni what in Naivasha.
So hiyo ni trainings, hizo ni trainings. Kuna zingine lazima ukuwe na CPDs. Kuna kitu inaitwa CPD, lazima ukuwe na CPD fulani, ufikishe points fulani ndio upewe I think hizo ma license. Lakini wanakucharge uende hizo classes zao ndio upate CPD ndio upewe hiyo license. Lakini engineer kama wako hapa tu, mimi naongea kuhusu from accounting perspective, lakini engineer labda kesi yao pia ni hivyo. Ati lazima ukuwe na certain CPD fulani. Wasilikuwa nasikia engineers wenyewe walikuwa hiyo mali walikuwa wanaongea kuhusu hizo CPD wao pia.
Lazima uko nayo ndio kwa pia uko registered kwa hiyo board na whatever.
Exactly.
But my question is so my question was because pia being an engineer, but na nimekuwa kwa hii field for long but I don't practice anymore. But so unapata how do you like get 75 Gs guys when you graduate ama nini? Utatoa pesa 75k ya kwenda hizo ma trainings na whatever.
Na una job.
How long will you save? Na una job ama una hata kitu ya kunini?
na mzazi ametoka tena kuchoma do uni ndio umalize, kwa sababu engineering courses si ati ni tu bob kama ati education okay, sorry kwa watu wa education, lakini na watu wa HR, lakini engineering si cheap like these other courses man.
Ni expensive sana, hata kama ni job bado
Alafu hata
ni
unaweza maliza hapo na bado unanyimwa tena job, si ati uko sure utapata job even after using all that money.
Exactly, si guarantee ya job.
Alafu ukikuja ukipata job kwa hizi parastatals, HR anatumia ukabila kuwatuma majuu. Wengine wanatumwa India, wengine wanatumwa Korea, mostly wao wanaenda Korea na Germany. So unaona wanatumia ukabila kutuma wengine Korea, wengine Germany, wengine wanatuma Mombasa. Ile uchungi inakuanga bro kwa hizi field.
Joto kwa diaspora, si kupata passport yako silisumbua sana. Nasema joto kwa diaspora, sikupata nini yako ilisumbua sana, passport.
Hiyo wote huwezi fikiria kutafuta huku kupata passport. Ni ngumu sana. But tuta correct hizi ma ministries na parastatals moja moja. Kwanza tumalizane na health.
And that's why tunasema this is the only way to go. Hakuna, there's no backing out ama hakuna reverse hapa majamaa. Is only we have to do these reforms sisi wenyewe, lakini tutazidi tu kuongeanga tu hivi year in year out, year in year out. The kids wakuje waseme tu the same stories year in year out, na kutakuwa na any change kabisa.
Wasipokuwa posted interns ya health sahihi, hakuna mahali tunaweza enda. Lazima hiyo health sector kwanza ikuwe streamlined, ndio sasa tukue tunaenda next. Ile ya kwanza ilikuwa ni IDC, kuna kitu wamefanya. Sasa tunaenda health, lazima iwafanye kitu, kama ni kupost interns zote, kama ni kutoa huyo na kumicha, alafu the next one labda tuende agriculture, hivyo tu nzuri tu, ama yani tutaambiwa tu next ni gani, lakini sasa hii tuna handle occupy MOH, hakuna kitu imefanyika so far. Unaona, tunaendelea kuifinya
Kweli, we keep pushing. Nimeambia hii space ilifungwa na Morio kutoka 8. Wacha tukeli today almost maliza 12 hours, right?
sawa, asanteni sana ba.
Mnaweza live at your own pleasure, at your own space at 8. Mwenye mnataka kubaki mnaweza baki msikize robo.
Safi 5 people.
Wazi.
Yazi.
Lakini wase msi give up. Watu bado hawaja give up. Maybe unaweza dhani watu wame give up huko kwa online, but kwa ground bado people are still pushing. So hata kama pia uko hapa online, keep pushing whatever you want to be implemented. Hizo stories za IBC sijui nini, just keep pushing. Abdirahman, Abdirahman, sa
Sema.
uko mali huko unapatanga jaba?
Ai, jaba. Jaba. Okay, inaletwa ikiwa kama tea bags. Zinaletwa kama zikiwa tea bags. Wana smuggle in kidogo. Wana smuggle in, lakini kitu unaona si ati kitu fresh.
And I'm talking about those areas that they have political interests, those budget lines that have political interests, including the CDF. We should not be afraid to say that it's time we do away with this CDF. It has a budget allocation of 63 billion. When we are cutting budget for education sector, then we want our MPs to have money to keep dishing to the electorate. I think it's totally unacceptable. That money should be used actually to fund our education sector, to make education affordable. Parents do not have to be queuing at the CDF offices to get bursaries. So, and again, this CDF thing, it was coming to cure the historical marginalization that was there in some parts of the country. Now that we have devolution, let governors work. Let governors, bring that development. We don't need MPs to be building classrooms and technical and vocational centers. That can be done by the counties. That can be done by the national government, and that can actually make Parliament play its role effectively, the role of representation, legislation, and oversight, without being, conned through this increment in CDF. So, but for the countries that have, have been having crisis, but did not, implement austerity measures, what we have seen is that those countries end up defaulting on some of the financial obligations, such as debt repayment. And one example is close to us here. It's Ghana. Ghana did not, do the expenditure cuts the way it ought to do, and as we speak now, we know what is currently happening there, and we have so many other examples. So what I can say about this issue is that budget cuts, are from evidence, from empirical research, are actually associated with economic expansion rather than recession in the long term.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for that.
Yes,
And for those.
sorry, yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you mind if I add perhaps an alternate perspective?
Yes, please do.
I think it's important to distinguish between austerity that is self-imposed and austerity that is under conditions, right? Because historically, there's been a lot of austerity that's been done through structural adjustment programs, particularly in the 1990s. And so for Kenya, for example, there's a structural adjustment program, and that's the first time we really tried to implement austerity. But it was a bit beyond austerity, because what it meant is that, through this program now with the IMF and the World Bank, we had certain conditions that we had to adhere to. And some of these conditions, or some of the outcomes, were actually a depreciation of the shilling, which meant that the cost of living actually went up, right? The cost of many common commodities went up. This is kind of the human side of austerity. We also see that the interest rates rose, right? So people who are holding loans in banks, all of a sudden the cost of servicing those loans came up, and a lot of these businesses actually became bankrupt over time. We also saw lower government expenditure on development and welfare sectors, right, including health and education. And specifically, there was a reduction in subsidies, so as Bernard also mentioned. And one of the impacts of that was an erosion of social services over time. Again, this is also empirical research that's been done on this, right? And there's a specific example that I'd like to give because it's very relevant to what's happening now in Kenya. And it's this, what happened in the education sector. So what happened as a part of these programs, structural adjustment programs, what was introduced was a cost-sharing policy. So whereas government was, fully funding education bursaries, what happened now is that, to some extent, parents had to fork out more money, right? So the cost of education was now shared between the government and parents, right? And what happened is that education enrollment rates actually fell over time during the program. And the reason I thought that was very interesting was, what's happening now with the higher education funding model, and where everyone is suddenly realizing that what the model means is that now parents have to pay a lot more for university fees, right? And this is something that's been introduced since the administration came in, and also perhaps you could argue as a part of our program with the IMF. So there is a human side to these austerity measures that in the short term, there are several adverse effects that can be outcomes of austerity. And I think this even goes beyond Kenya, right? So if you look at how structural adjustment programs have been implemented and the impacts in other countries, you can also see that it's been negative. And this is successful austerity measures. So I can give the example of El Salvador, right? And as part of their structural adjustment program, they had to privatize some of their state corporations. And the ones that they ended up privatizing, for example, was the energy distribution. So for us, it would be our KPLC or our Kenya Power. And what happened is that eventually that raised money for government because of the privatization. So it was essentially sold off. But there was actually no service delivery benefit, right? The services actually didn't improve. And in fact, what happened is that the cost of services, especially for the poor and vulnerable, actually went up, right? Because the companies spiked the prices. And then in fact, the government had to end up spending money on subsidizing the cost of electricity because these companies actually hiked the prices. So in order to actually now make it more affordable, the government had to spend more, so there's kind of that reverse impact or adverse impact of structural adjustment programs. In the Philippines, Zimbabwe, and Mexico, we also saw that these programs actually really resulted in a decrease in health and education spending over time, right? There was 1 year in Mexico that the spending on education actually fell by 40% within 1 year, right? So it's important to consider the potential negative effects, right? And sorry, just as a final point, I think one of the most intense austerity programs we've seen is happening in Argentina, right, where the new president and administration has come in and has actually decided to implement a series of deep reforms because Argentina's economy has been struggling. And among those is the devaluation of its currency by about 50% or by more than 50%. And what that's done is that's raised the cost of living and food and gas by more than double, right? The effects of the austerity in Argentina so far have been so severe that there was reports that the poverty rate actually rose by 8% in 1 quarter. Right, that's the quarter in which the president came in. So, and unemployment is also predicted to rise. So, it's important to consider that yes, perhaps in the long term there are benefits of austerity, right, or of expenditure rationalization. But it's important how we go about that and under what terms that we go about that. Are we going to sacrifice certain specific social services in pursuit of that vision? Are we going to, instead actually cut down on wasteful expenditure and, the expenditure that we see overlapped in the budget? So I thought it was important to bring that perspective and bring some examples that are also closer to home. Thank you.
Thank you for that human perspective and some of the negative effects that can be felt within the short term. Thanks for showing us a little bit about that. Now, I've seen there's so many requests to speak. I want to sample some of the comments, and then I will allow a few speakers to make their comments because our time is fast running out. Let me just sample a few comments. There is one here by Arthur who says, Gen Zs must take advantage of this moment to re-examine the size of government. Can we reduce the number of counties? Then here is Morgan says, for austerity measures to be effective, political goodwill is necessary. Thanks for those comments. Then Arthur here again says the austerity measures and audit of debt are knee-jerk, panic reactions by the president. The proper way to develop austerity measures is a discussion between the government and proposals by Gen Z, whose rebellion has occasioned the abrupt austerity measures and audit of debt. Now, I'll sample a few more, but let me allow a few of the listeners to make their comments. Please make them brief. I'll start with you, Hannah. Kindly make your comment in under 1 minute.
Thank you, Citizen Digital. Claire, as usual, great host. Thank you very much. I'll try if I can make it under 1 minute, but maybe a minute and a half. The gentleman before the last speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't quite get his name. He talked austerity measures. If I speak of England, UK, governments do come with this, yes, but what did it do? The effect of that has ripped the society apart. And the people who actually felt the austerity measures are the people at the bottom of the food chain, the lowest people, the people who were depending on the government, the people who were earning minimum wages. Those are the people that the austerity hit severe. Things like NHS severely got damaged through austerity, because what happened is now they decided to privatize some of those NHS centers. The effect is up to today that the doctors do not have places. Doctors GPs are out of work. Somebody wants to go to his GP, has to wait for a week. You're sick, you have to wait for a week. You go to A&E and you wait for hours. So those are the effect of austerities. Families torn apart. Homelessness has increased. Food banks at the highest level beyond anything that it's ever seen since the austerity. The same government during Corona managed to find, I don't know, pluck money out of the tree, but it could manage to boost or give money to the companies, subsidize salaries, and so on and so forth, including a lot corruption, awarding tenders to themselves, PPEs and all that, failed or expired test kits, and so on and so forth. So these austerity measures that the governments come up with, normally it only hits the people who are at the bottom of the food chain, the people who are the weakest in the society. And this does not deliver anything other than tearing lives apart of the very society that is the working hard, because the people who are making the country go on are those medium and small businesses, are those people who are earning minimum wage. Those are the ones who give a lot of taxes to the government, unlike the big corporation that get to set offshores, tax evasions, and so on and so forth. I'll leave that there. I had a question to the lady who was talking. I think she was a doctor. Just one question, Claire. Sorry. My question was, I've heard everything you've said, and actually it resonates with me a lot. But one question I have: we've had a lot of people complaining as well in regards to senior doctors opening private hospitals, diverting the patients that people who do not have money, because the public hospitals do not have the medication, not have the equipment, etc., etc. Is this adding to the problem? Thank you, Claire.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Hannah, as always. Let me sample a few more comments or questions, and then we can get some responses. Victor, you can give your comment or question and keep it under 1 minute, please.
Oh, thanks, Claire. I'll just take a minute. Under the austerity measures, to me, I really have maybe a suggestion, which I think really you guys from the media and all the media stations really gather this information, bring it to the Kenyans so that Kenyans should really know exactly what is needed. This year's budget is around 4 trillion or 3.8 something. Last year it was 3.8 trillion. To me, we should go to the Auditor General report, the yearly for the last year's report. The auditor has every county, every constituency, every national, the parastatals. Let's go and sample. Let us go and get all the data of the funds that were misused, funds that were really lost, and those that could not be accounted for. So example, if a county X received 10 billion shillings, then out of 10 billion shillings, this county say that 1 billion shillings was a budget for the roads. Then it received exactly that 1 billion shillings for the roads. Then from the Auditor General, it was traced that only 600 billion shillings were actually used. Maybe 300 billion shillings could not be traced. All the projects that were done did not meet the financial financial viability of that project. Therefore, means that this county should not really budget for another 1 billion for the roads, but this county should actually be given 700 billion shillings plus maybe 10%. For the 10% are now the supplementary budgets for the projects that were not really factored in. So if we can have the media get total all those projects that they were not accounted for, all the projects that their monies were lost from the Auditor General, and all the projects whose monies were misappropriated, then we sum them up, then chop all these funds from this year's budget, then I'm very sure that we may end up with a budget which is less than 3 trillion shillings, and that budget will be manageable. I really don't see a need why we can give someone 10 shillings, he is only accounted for 7 shillings, then the following year, this leader asks for 11 shillings. That should not really work. For us to really make our leaders accountable, let us use the last year's financial budget, let us subtract the monies that were lost. And actually, this one goes with the what we call the first order or the differential equation, where you have y equals to x minus y. I mean, I don't even solve the formula. That value of x, let it be the last year's last year's budget for individual sector. If it is a governor, if it is a parastatal, or all that, then plus c. The c is the constant because they definitely in every situation there will be that supplementary. There are things that were not really foreseen. So y equals to x plus c. That y is the 2024 budget for that particular governor. X is actually the last financial year's budget, then minus the monies that were really misappropriated. So that the following year, this governor will know that actually I was not given the whole money that I'm supposed to get because there were some funds that were missing. When we do that for the next 3 or 4 years, I can assure you that we will end up with a budget that is actually less than 3 trillion. Two, and maybe if I finish up because of time,
Can wrap
the issue
up?
of road. Yeah, let me wrap up with the issue of roads levy. Mukomen actually wanted to increase the road maintenance levy by around 8 shillings. I was in that meeting. If we really look at the roads maintenance for the last 24 months, that is 2 years, then we can categorically assure you that there is nothing that has been done significantly, because I travel across this country. For the last 2 years, I've been almost 40 counties doing what we are doing. All roads today have potholes. Every road, even the major highways have potholes. You realize that even the roads that were just maintained last year have potholes. And then we go ahead and pay these contractors. Then this year, someone who has no idea of how roads are even maintained comes to Kenyans and telling them that, look, we need you to add 8 shillings per fuel for us to maintain you better roads. To me, I just want Kenyans to tell Mukomen that let us first of all see all the potholes in these roads, in our roads, first of all being rectified, so that when we call in for another 2 shillings to be added, then we know that that money will actually be utilized better. Thank you, Claire, and I think I'll be listening to what others are saying.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Victor. Those are well noted. I'm going to allow Arthur to make his comments. Please keep it 1 minute, and then I can see Diana has joined. Then we'll allow her to make her comments. Abdi, then we can bring it to a close. So Arthur, please, in under 1 minute, please make your comment. Arthur? Okay, as he's sorting out his side, Diana, finally we've managed for you to join. Kindly make your comments. You've been following the conversations.
Thank you very much, Claire. Yes, I have been following from the get-go. I think we just had a few technical glitches. Now, this topic is timely. And first is to add to what my colleagues Cuba, Jiri, and even John have indicated around the austerity measures. And Claire, to the best of my knowledge and opinion, what happened during the reject the finance bill is Kenyans refused in any form or manner an additional deficit, budget deficit of 357 or otherwise. By rejecting the finance bill, Kenyans required that the government goes back, relooks their budgets, and ensures that with certainty there is no need to raise the additional 357. So the proposed measures for half-hearted austerity measures to reduce the deficit by 177 are a bit too low for what Kenyans have observed over the years. We still had a deficit of 600 billion. Now we will have a deficit of close to 800 billion. That's still close to $1 trillion. And the proposed measures are proposed to be implemented through a supplementary budget. Clear to the best of my knowledge and reading of the Constitution, there is no way an Appropriations Act at the national level can be amended through a supplementary budget. As per the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act, supplementary budgets are supposed to add expenditure that was not envisaged. So what has happened over the years is supplementary budget is what has been used to increase the deficit, to introduce new things into the budget. And that is a bad practice already. What we would have expected is, and the Constitution is very, very clear on this, it is okay to move to the next year without an Appropriations Act. So as the president returned the County Appropriation and Revenue Act, CARA, and recommended that counties' allocation be divided, he should have returned the Appropriations Act to reflect the will of the people that we must put away luxury, we must put away corruption and theft that is planned in the budget. That has not happened in any form whatsoever. And even the recommendations today by Treasury are a bit too weak and honestly unconstitutional. Honestly unconstitutional. Whoever is advising the president needs to tell him Kenyans are also requiring that everything be done according to the Constitution. That is the same thing around public debt. Kenyans, and including the partners you have here of Okoa Uchumi, we know, and Cuba has very well indicated that the public debt we have of 11 trillion, we cannot say it. Some of it was acquired irregularly, some of it was used improperly, some of it never came to our consolidated fund. Most of it currently is used to repay debt. So there is need for a debt audit. But again, when the president decides to jump and become a populist and appoint a task force of very, very competent people outside the Constitution, he has no power. That power is with the Auditor General, and all accounting officers are accountable to the National Assembly and the Senate, to Parliament, not to anyone else. So the minute we have a debt audit, it will go to Parliament. So the austerity measures that we have seen from the president are mere, what I would say, child play with the intelligence of Kenyans, because we know for sure that over the years, every year, there is budgeted theft of about 700 billion. So without blinking, I would have expected the 3.9 trillion budget to come to 3.2 trillion without a doubt. That means we would have been required to borrow maximum 300 billion. So that's when you remove the theft that has been documented by EACC over the years. Now, you add onto that all the issues that we are proposing around expenditure that is not necessary, striking out completely of these offices, 50% of advisors. Why? We have competent technocrats. Do away with advisors completely. The CAS, that must be a directive, repeal the law and so on. And if you add all this to what my colleagues have presented earlier, we easily lower that particular budget from 3.9 trillion to 2.9 trillion, meaning we would be operating with our current tax revenue without increasing it. We've heard of all those countries where there are case studies where people even lowered tax bans and so on, and tax rates, and then you had a wider base of people contributing to the economy grew, people had jobs. That is what is required. And what is required is not the mere paperwork of ticking boxes and saying we will remove this. It is a new culture and discipline. Can the president get to the point where he feels safer with a shorter motorcade? Can we get less chefs in State House? Can we even decide to do away with some of the state houses across this country? Why is it that everybody in government above the level of an assistant director has 2 secretaries, two drivers, I don't know, bodyguards? What are we securing them from? Whereas we still have a deficit of many other essential service providers. I think we have an opportunity to get back to a more participatory process of budget making across this country, where we start on a zero-based budget. It is not okay that we keep using the same budget templates that give us the same outcomes of huge deficits and lower service delivery. That the moment that Gen Z have led us to must take us also to zero budgeting. And bottom line is reject the finance bill meant, go back and take back the Appropriations Act back for debate with greater public participation. And I know Cuba indicated that maybe it is not easy to repeal. If anything, the Constitution has no place for that we can stay without a finance bill, but it has a place where we can get to a point where we've not agreed on how to appropriate. And to be honest, the budget making process is extremely complex and elitist in this country. This is a moment to open that up. Gen Zs have shown us that we can create Excel sheets and people analyze priorities. We can vote there. We can vote online. So it is possible to make a people-centered budget once and for all. And what I would be hoping to see the president do is write to Parliament. He has no power over budget making or raising revenue under this constitution. Write to Parliament to come back and deal with this crisis. And in the meantime, save us some money as taxpayers by dissolving cabinet so that we get some money in the meantime as we get competent people to run the Kenyan dream as we have described it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for those points, Diana. Our time is really running out. Okay, Abdi, I'll give you under 1 minute to make a short comment so that we can now close with the future outlook from the speakers. Abdi?
Thank you, Claire, for giving me the opportunity. I'm joining from the diaspora in Toronto. Here is my take. I'll start saying before the government starts doing austerity measures, it needs to do a lifestyle audit, reduce wastage in government, tackle corruption, and recover the proceeds of crime in public sector. The other thing is we don't need a bloated political representation in all levels of government. And the other thing I want to talk about briefly is financial discipline. It is doubtful this government can implement austerity measures in a disciplined and responsible manner. The fact is it lacks financial discipline to do that. Look at the flashy lifestyle. My other thing is about the impact that Hannah talked to the citizen, which will lead to an increased cost of living. Already we are undergoing very high level of unemployment. The president talked about freezing employment in the public sector, and this also will increase the poverty level. My argument is often that the proposed solution that I will give to this, just to summarize, will be to diversify the economy, to reduce the dependency on debt by broadening the economic base, generating multiple sources of revenue, not depending on the traditional one, tea and coffee and tourism. And this will create a resilience against external shocks and reduce the need for borrowing. So this is my view on the solutions, maybe on the diversification of the economy. And I would say thank you. That's my addition to this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abdi. Thanks for listening from diaspora. I see there are more than 70 requests to speak. We will not be able to give all of you a chance to do so, but we will be having one of those open mic sessions that we usually have soon. So be on the lookout for that, and you will give all your comments to that. But now I'd like us to wrap up, and I'll give our speakers a chance just to tell us what the future looks like going forward. And maybe I'll start with you, John. Maybe briefly, what is the future looking like now when we have all these austerity measures that have been proposed? There's calls for more participation and whatnot. What does the future look like?
So thank you. As we probably wind up, my take that austerity is never a sweet path, but the executive should learn to listen to the people so that we have a conversation and allow it to be people-led. And by people-led, I mean we have brilliant brains, we have always made submissions to the government, and we can always negotiate. For them, they can look in the way they've been running the government, but accommodate the interest of the public. So as we move forward, I totally agree, it's not a sweet path, but if we negotiate, if we discuss, and our opinions as the public is onboarded, then we can be able to come out a stronger country. Thank you.
Thank you for that. As you said, it's not going to be smooth, but what needs to be done needs to be done. Cuba, over to you. What does the future look like?
Thanks, Claire. The future is hopeful, and it's hopeful for a number of reasons. One is that the winds of change are blowing, and I mean that in more than one way. Not only in regards to how our public finances are managed and can be managed, but also the place of citizens to engage and have a place in these discussions and actually to decide. I think one of the things that's also helpful is that what's emerging is a conversation around how we approach development as a country, right? Especially the role of government within that. And the question I think people are starting to ask themselves is it possible to define development without government? Not to say that government needs to be closed down, but is our perception of development that can only be government-led, right? Because I think that's one of the realities or one of the biases that's actually contributed to the position that we are now. Because if you believe that government can be the only one to deliver development, then you end up with a big wage bill, right? Because in order for government to do that role, it needs staff, right? It needs to administer the development. If you also believe that development is only government-led, you also end up with a lot of borrowing because it means that the infrastructure projects can only be built by government, right? And you also end up with what we have now is just a kind of, in a sense, a very big budget, and a budget that has been increasing every year. And that also speaks of how we do development, right? What essentially is the role of government? If the government has to have a role in the development of the economy, what should that role be, right? And how should that actually play out? So, of course, what we've been seeing over the last few years is this projectization of everything, right? Everything has to turn into a project when we want to solve a problem. Or another word is the fundization, which is that whenever we have a problem, we throw a fund at it, right? But perhaps the role of government should be different, and I think that's one of the conversations that's coming out, through the Gen Z's proposals and conversations. And I'm actually proud to be to be among them because we're the ones who are actually steering this conversation. And so I'm hopeful that the future of Kenya can actually be different from what it's been imagined in the past. right? There's no reason why, it doesn't occur to me as of now, why Kenya can't be in the place that we want it to be, right? Why we can't have access to healthcare, why we can't have access to free education, right? And so generally, I'm quite hopeful, and also quite encouraged by the fact that Kenyans, especially young Kenyans who comprise the majority of the population, actually are starting to care about civic engagement, civic education, and being citizens, right? So I think never before have Gen Zs actually felt so proud to be citizens, and taking control or taking ownership of the rights that are granted to us in the Constitution. So, Claire, I'm hopeful.
Thank you for that. And that's food for thought, rethinking the role of the government when it comes to development. I think that's a powerful statement there. Over to you, Bernard. Your final thoughts.
Okay. Deliberate move in Kenya, where the government is, proposing the austerity measures that are punitive actually to the poor by targeting social spending. So I totally agree with you. There is the way we should do it, and that's why Cuba also brought the human aspect into this conversation. Then there is that issue about the public debt audit. One speaker said this is a knee-jerk reaction. I can't agree more, because we already have the Office of the Auditor General. But what do our both houses, that is the Senate and the National Assembly, do once they receive those audit reports? So that by the time we are coming to a point of appointing a team to audit our public debt, it means our office of the Auditor General and the EACC are not functional. So, something serious needs to be done around that. Another speaker talked about cutting the budget for the counties by the amount that has been misappropriated. I think I respectfully disagree with that kind of suggestion, because if you slash a budget for a county, you are not actually punishing the governor. You are punishing that poor person who is in dire need of services. So instead of cutting the budget because money has been misappropriated, we should have a functional Office of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget and the EACC, so that a governor who is culpable is actually dealt with in accordance with the law. Then I want to wind up by looking at the fiscal outlook. And this conversation we are having at a time when actually Kenya has been downgraded by the Moody. So what does that really mean? It means our premium as a country will go up. So when the government will be going to the market to borrow, to the financial market to borrow, we do not expect favorable rates from the market because of the premium. Because, downgrading simply means we are now a country ranked as having substantial risk. We can easily default. So no lender out there will be willing to offer us a favorable interest rates. And what that means, especially at this time when we are having austerity measures, is that development will be the biggest casualty as we speak. Looking at the circular that was released by the National Treasury, development budget has been slashed by 16%. A 16% budget cut, by about 122 billion. So if the government will not secure cheap funding, from the market, it means we do not expect to see much happening, especially with debt-financed investment and infrastructure projects in the coming year. The other thing that we are likely to see now that we have done away with the finance bill, the 2024 finance bill, which is welcome because the Kenyan citizens have rejected that in totality, is that we are likely to see our debt interest as a percentage of revenue, actually, going up because of the poor or revenue underperformance. And that actually is sending a signal to the counties that they should be ready for delayed disbursements by the exchequer. So counties at this point should be, putting their houses in order to enhance their own source revenue collection so that they do not compromise service delivery, especially in critical sectors like health. And then the other thing I would like to touch as I conclude is that in the medium term, or even in this financial year, we are not likely to achieve the targeted fiscal deficit to GDP. And this is informed by our historical performance, our historical practices, as well as the current developments. So targeting a fiscal deficit of about 3.9% as a percentage of GDP, I think that is too ambitious for this government, but it's something that we also need to keep monitoring. So in conclusion, as we talk about these austerity measures, they should not be mere cosmetic. So there has to be sincerity, there has to be political goodwill. When we mean cutting travel expenses, for example, it should happen. We already witnessed that it can actually happen during the COVID time. If you look at the control of budget reports, we were able to reduce travel expenses significantly. So it should even happen now. Those trainings that can be done at the Kenya School of Government here in Nairobi, they should not be taken to Mombasa. So when Gen Z says we want now action, not mere talk, that should actually be the tone from now onward. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for those points, Bernard. As you said, it should not be a mere cosmetic practice, but we really need to see action being taken. Finally, Diana, kindly make your brief closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Definitely, this has been a reset moment and a moment of huge awakening in matters of public finance in Kenya. I don't think that budget making, revenue raising, and even loan acquisition in Kenya, the processes will be the same again. So mine is one to urge Kenyans to keep up the calls for the doing away with CDF, because unless our MPs retain fully just their power of making laws and policies, including budget, and not allocating themselves budget, they will never be objectives. And it is one of the ways that has been used to compromise them in a very, very big way. I also want to urge everyone, all Kenyans, Gen Zs, and all other generations that are in there. This is a good thing that we are doing for our country. And based on where we were at reject the finance bill, I've seen a comment that somebody wishes that we went ahead with the finance bill and paid the public debt once and for all. Even if the finance bill would only have raised 347 billion, we have public loans of up to 11 trillion. This year alone, we are expected to repay in interest and loans 1 trillion, which we have not seen. I don't think it is okay to just continue accepting the mistakes of people who have state power and public power and passing that on to the people who are paying for this very, very painfully without consequences to them. So we need to keep up the demands for accountability for anyone who has stolen public money, to step aside and be fully prosecuted, recovery of assets, recovery of monies, and so on. And in the immediate term, as Parliament comes back to consider division of revenue, they cannot use a supplementary budget. I think Gen Z has taken us to the place where we are using values, and that is why the task force on debt, the task force on health, the president is being reminded they are state and constitutional offices that can do this, operate within those. Let us continue to ensure that our elected political class operates within the constitution, even as we innovate on many more ways of how to reduce our budget. Today I was thinking to myself, Kenyan elections are usually, general elections are usually very, very expensive. But we're in a digital era. It is very, very possible that we can slash the IEBC budget by half or even more by just allowing people to digitally vote over 1 week, and we take away all the pain and ensure the process is foolproof and open and transparent, and even builds more confidence for more people to take part in it. So let us not stop at this. We are on to a good thing. Let us deliver this country so that Gen Z pay less loans and only pay the legitimate public loans, and they are able to hand over to Gen Alpha a better nation than we ever gave to them.
Okay, thank you so much for those comments, Diana. Our time is well spent, so I have over 300 comments. I'll not be able to read those and those 75 requests to speak, but as I said, we will have an open mic session. We used to have a lot of those, especially during the 2022 general election, but look out for an open mic session, which we will be having soon. And I'd just like to thank all our panelists and our listeners for your contributions to tonight's discussion. There's a lot to be done. There's hope, but it needs to be a genuine commitment towards the austerity measures. So thank you so much to all of you. Thank you, Cuba. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Thorny, as well. And thank you to our listeners as well. So if you haven't listened to the whole conversation, it's available. So once it's ended, just click on the replay, go to the Citizen TV X page, and you can listen to the replay, and you can share it with others as well. And we will do this again next week, same place, same time, 7 p.m. Tuesday for another topic. So thank you and have a good evening. So good evening again and welcome to tonight's edition of Citizen Digital X Spaces. I am your host, Claire Munde, and today we're going to be talking all about the austerity agenda, the facts and the realities. We have a panel of experts who are going to break down the austerity measures and what they mean for the common wananchi and Kenya's debt levels. But first, just to go through some of the housekeeping rules. First of all, this session is being recorded live and parts of it might be used in other sections of Citizen Digital platforms. And then, as I mentioned earlier, if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to put them at the bottom right and we will sample those as we go along. If you'd like to ask a question or make a comment live, we will give you a chance to do that at the tail end of the discussion, the last 15 minutes. So just hold on to those, but you can be putting your comments in the comment section. You can also share the link to this space with your friends and colleagues. It's pinned at the top of this space, so please do that. And without further ado, I think I will allow the two speakers who are on to introduce themselves. And I'll start with you, Cuba. Kindly introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about what you do, and then we'll go to John, and then we'll wait. I can see Njiri has joined. Then we will get the conversation started.
Thank you, Claire. Like you've mentioned, my name is Cuba Houghton. I am both a Gen Z and a practitioner in the public finance space. I work at the International Budget Partnership Kenya as a programs assistant, assistant programs officer for research and communications. And we spend a lot of our time looking at budgets, public budgets, and particularly how citizens can get more engaged in their public budgets, but also how governments or our government can actually make better public budgets that are in the interest of citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba, and welcome. Over to you, John. Kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Tommy John. I work with the National Taxpayers Association as a project officer and a tobacco tax advocacy in Africa. So for us, we've been looking mostly into the expenditure side of the government. So for the longest, we've been advocating for prudent expenditure from the government. And so for us, mostly it has been advocating for better service delivery from the government. And we audit through we audit the government's expenses and performance through citizen-led scorecards. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Over to you, Bernard. Kindly introduce yourself.
Thanks so much for having me this evening. My name is Bernard Jiri. I am a senior research analyst at the Institute of Public Finance. The Institute of Public Finance, we mainly focus on public finance management issues, and we do research to generate evidence that can inform key stakeholders, that can inform key institutions like Parliament, Control of Budget, OAG, so that we can have an effective and efficient PFM system here in Kenya for better service delivery to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Now, just to give a little of background to our discussion today. Now, last Friday, the president announced austerity measures in a bid to seal the 346 billion budget hole that was occasioned by the rejection of the 2024 finance bill. Now, some of the measures he announced include the dissolution of 47 state corporations that have overlapping mandates. He also announced the stop in funding of the offices of the First Lady, the Second Lady, and the office of the spouse of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. He also talked about a reduction of the number of advisors in the government by 50% and a number of other issues that he said were going to help to seal the gap. Now, the president has also announced the establishment of a task force to do a forensic audit on public debt. However, that has temporarily been suspended by the High Court. But now we just want to understand what the effects of austerity measures are going to be on the common wananchi and what has been done before in previous years and what has the effect been. But I think to understand that, I think we need to understand our public debt. And so maybe I'll direct that question to you first, Bernard. Could you kindly give us a bit of an overview of where we are when it comes to Kenya's public debt before we then get down to the austerity measures that have been proposed and how they are likely to affect people?
Thanks for that question. As we speak, our debt to GDP, our total debt to GDP is at around 70%, which is high, and that's why it's attracting a lot of interest from experts and
markets that have failed completely because of regulation is that. But then that means we must fix the public sector completely. Technology is easy. There's huge technology that is getting into. We agree that we cannot be able to meet all our needs, but why is it that we are not adopting technology? People like radiologists right now, but all you need to do is have a remote radiologist, have a radiologist practitioner. Yana chapatuma picture anakutumania. We unaangalia una make diagnosis. One person can actually take care of a lot of centers. We don't want to do that. We have a whole directorate of digitalization in the Ministry of Health. Wana doing nini? What are they doing? They will only come to your data protection. They will come, by the way. I think the confraternity team will talk about data protection and privacy. That's a place they're coming for. And now they've come even to the place where the chief, Apple chief is discriminatory. Chief cannot be a social health insurance. Hakuna mse vile unaweza ambiwa ati mwezi kohoa more than 4 times in a family, mume exhaust outpatient. Social insurance is supposed to be unlimited, particularly in outpatients. They have put limitations. They have capped if you have cancer. They've capped how many times you can access chemotherapy, radiotherapy. They've capped that. So unakam nambo ati manze mimi pipita jo sasa itabidi you have maximized your radio sessions, you have to do out of pocket. And out of pocket, I swear, is what has led a lot of families into poverty. Tunakuwa mimi sijui kama nyinyi mna experience kama mimi. The number of harambes you've been called for medical. The number of people who are going to India. That is what we classify as out of pocket. Because families have to liquidate. Una liquidate shamba, una liquidate ng'ombe, una liquidate kila kitu. Every single thing mnabaki poverty. And then the worst part, you lose your relative. Yet we can fix that. We can improve our palliative care and be very honest with relatives and say, but at this particular point, we'll do our best. We don't want you to expend a lot of money. We will keep the patient comfortable. We have accessible morphine. We will ensure they don't get bed sores. We'll ensure they don't vomit. We'll ensure they can speak to you. We'll ensure they're comfortable until the last moment. But we are not doing that. We're exploiting Kenyans. So this Occupy MOH, interns is not the only thing you're fixing. You're fixing maternal, reproductive, and neonatal childcare. You're fixing adult health. You're fixing mental health. You must fix all of them.
Mute prof. Yes, doctor, utanipatia 1 minute of your submission alafu tutarudi kwako in a minute.
I know us, Pipita.
Okay, no, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute submission from you first, alafu ndo tutaenda kwa wengine.
I know us. We must fix this healthcare. And by the way, it is your business and my business to fix healthcare system. And it starts by here. Saizi, they are very uncomfortable. Wameambia kina Dabji, there is no way we are going to speak about the interns thing if they are still demonstrating out of MOH. No. Somebody talked about it and said, by the way, make them uncomfortable, distract them. The public saizi media imemulika watoto wanalala. I call them watoto because they are my juniors and I don't infantilize them. Wanalala outside MOH na kunanyesha. Let them feel that pain. But let me tell you people, anything you write on Twitter, Nakumicha must go, Occupy MOH. Shukran.
Asante sana, Doc.
This is the Home Run with PP.
Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Home Run with People, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are in show number second last before the anniversary. Tomorrow, Home Run with People will be turning 1 year old. We started here July of 10th July 2023, and tomorrow 10th July 2024, Home Run with People will be turning 1 years old. Yani kwamba we have been creating social conversations for the past 1 year straight. Yeah, every weekday kutoka 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. We started from 3 p.m. all the way to 10 p.m. Then we started 4 p.m. to, we have had a lot of variations in time. But one thing has been constant, that if it's a weekday and you want a drive show, there is always a Home Run with PP on X Spaces. And I would like to say thank you so much to everybody who has been tuning in, those who have been my old-time listeners, the new listeners, na kila mtu ambaye anaaminia hii jani, hata wale ambao wanakuja kusikiza hapa hivi wakienda kutupigia simu baadaye kwa zile simu za 020. Tunapenda vitanda zetu. Yes, anyway. Yote tisa kumi ni kwamba Home Run PP is supported by you the listener. If you like what you're doing, of course, there has been a tip line hapo hivi juu yenye unaweka hapo hivi support yako kama unapenda kazi yenye nafanya. And of course, thank you so much kwa wale ambao wamekuwa wakiingia pale hivi kwa tip line. I'm not able to mention all the names. And I know that people who are trying to get to the microphone and unable. Tafadhali niwaombe kwamba si eti siwaoni. Si eti kwamba sitaki kuwapatia mic. Ni kwamba mitambo imekataa kunipatia watu wengine kwenye mic, and of course the show always ends at 9 p.m. but because I have Prof here and also would like to hear one last submission from the two new speakers, we are going to extend it for about 2 minutes. But yes, if you like what we're doing, pale viju kuna tip line, ingia pale viji support. But I have Avid Adventurer to talk to right now. Avid, how are you doing?
Hey, how are you, PP? Thanks, Sana.
Hi. Thank you.
Thanks, Sana, for letting Manze. I've been waiting to speak forever, bana.
Umekuwa kwa laini.
Manze, nimekuwa kwa line for a minute, but I was there like, kwani it's a super metro ya kwenda Kikuyu. But it's all
Unaona
good.
kwa request bado niko na watu kama 80 wanangojea, but talk to me, man.
I know us. I've heard a lot of what guys have said. The good doctor, ameongea sana, vibe ya MOH and what's happening over there. There was a prof who was over here. My Luo people, I respect you all. I'm one of you. So yes, I love the, guys are learned and stuff and speaking. Let me say this. I'll just try and put in a few points. First of all, someone spoke about trying to change the system. Na akasema all of us are very close. The only reason why things are not changing is because we're all getting on the outside. We're on the outside as we look in, and the minute we get in, because of the way the system is, we end up just doing the same thing. And in truth, that's actually very true. Everyone is just one meal away from changing. Venyao we are a job loss away from poverty. It's also in the opposite side of it. We are also an opportunity away from being corrupt. Now, with that said, my father has always taught me about integrity. My old man alitupeleka chuo. We are 10 kids. Alipeleka chuo, all of us. He always takes so much pride in the fact that he stole from nobody. His salary is what pushed him. He was lucky enough to work for the Ministry of Trade in the 70s, and then he got into the UN, and akajipanga akaget into shares. Na hizo ndio vitu zilifanya at least he was able to ensure all of us went to school. Now, I won't say all of us are successful, but at the very least, we all went to school, and that's something he takes so much pride in. So for him, integrity has always been everything. So I feel in the same breath, we need to make integrity something really, really, really huge. I remember when Ruto won, I felt so crestfallen because in my head I was like, integrity means nothing to people in this country. For us, it's just, as long as the more you've stolen, the more worth it you are to be a leader. And you see, that's now the problem that we are creating in this country, because someone who's from corruption or who has been involved in corruption cannot change a system that benefits him or her. So ndio maana unaona when guys get into these positions of power, they no rush to change the system. In an ideal scenario, if the system works, if you benefit from it in any way, if you benefit in any way, you're supposed to be the first one saying, I resign. I tender my resignation because guys have seen me buy a car that I cannot explain, or guys have seen me wear a watch that I cannot explain, or guys have seen me open a club somewhere and they know how much I earn, and they've seen me in the public light for the last 10 years and know that I do not have the funds, the prerequisite funds to open a club worth 30 million, for example. But since our system does not work, it keeps enabling these people and emboldening them to do what they shouldn't do. So I think the bigger issue is, even as we continue with the march and the revolution, cha muhimu ni tunasema we also need to change the system completely. We have to break it. We have to break it and start it from scratch. Build brick and mortar. We have to break it and start it. Otherwise, what Doc is talking about and the likes, Aita change, will still be in a situation where you have PSs who shouldn't be in the positions they are in. You have ministers who shouldn't be in the positions they are in. You have their underlings and the likes, and we'll continue another Occupy MOH, or Occupy LSK, or Occupy the Engineering Society of Kenya, or name it. So these are the things that we fundamentally need to fight towards. Now, the beauty is that I'm seeing guys are rejecting what the politicians are trying to come up with. The dialogue issue. The issue is not dialogue. And let me say this. I was also once a Raila guy, and Raila's let me down over the years, so I moved away from that area completely. What you need to understand is that Raila is just, we've always said that he's advised by the wrong people, but at some point I believe human beings must own up for their mistakes. It can't be just advisors. If a king is doing wrong, there's only so much his advisors can tell him. At some point, it's up to him to own up to his mistakes and decide to do the right thing. So in this regard, I believe Rao just likes being the center of the conversation. That one has never changed about him. It will never change. He's 80 right now. If he didn't change 10 years ago, if he didn't change 20 years ago, there's no way he's going to change as an octogenarian. He can't change at 80. Do not expect any change from that perspective. But at the same time, do not believe that he purports to speak for the revolution, for Gen Zs, for millennials. He doesn't speak for any of us. So hata venye amejitos into the equation, ajajitos into our equation, us guys will still be here. Tukiongea on home run with PP every other evening, we'll still be here. Unaget. So it doesn't matter whether Rao is in the conversation or not. That one doesn't change anything. We are working to change this country as it is for us, because I don't know who said it earlier, lakini we don't want to leave this country. Me, I'm here. I'm 37. I've lived in this country for 37 years, and I don't think I want to leave it. Sina time ya kusema ati I want to go and work in the States or in Europe or in the Middle East doing some very menial jobs. And I believe I'm smart enough to contribute towards building this nation for me, for my kids, as and when I'll have them. Evo. I do not feel like I need to leave this country in any way, shape, or form. So these are the fights that we are fighting and are continuing to fight. We have to change the system. We have to empower each other. We have to keep pushing the right individuals to be in the right spaces. If I know that Pipita could work well, let's say in the Ministry of Communication, that's what I should be pushing for. If I know Dr. Stella Bosire can work well in the Ministry of Health, that's what I should be working towards. That's what I should be pushing for. Unaget, like these are the conversations we need to keep having, keep empowering the right individuals, not just anyone and everyone who just comes in and purports to have the best wishes and interests of this country at heart, when clearly all their actions are completely opposite of that. Haiwezi work hivyo. We cannot be IMF slaves. We've been IMF slaves since 1963. Where in 2024 we need to change that shit. So anyway, asante sana host. Congratulations on 1 year. I'm new here, so but hopefully I'll be old soon.
Karibu. You're not new bana, you're already speaking. Wengine wamekuwa hapa hivi, acha nisije nikamtaja. Kuna watu wamekuwa hapa hivi kwa space mwaka mzima lakini hawajawahi ongea. So you have done more. You have contributed to the show. Thank you so much.
Fair enough. Cheers, bro. I'll try and contribute in my own small way here and there. Asante sana.
Asante sana. You know, contributing to in your own small way is by listening into the show. You can contribute by talking. You can contribute by retweeting the space. You can contribute by sharing your experiences. And most above all, if you like what I'm doing, there's also a tip jar line that is helping to keep the lights on this side of the studio. 0721948229 is the number.
Nimeona.
Yes,
I'm
no,
coming.
that one
Come.
is for
Asante
everybody,
sana.
not for you, Avid Pekeke. I was telling everybody though.
So
Yeah,
cheers, bro.
okay.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, by the way, for your submission. That submission gets us to 9 minutes past 9 East African time, ladies and gentlemen. We are past our due time, but you know, tuko na professor hapa ndani, mnajua.
You're now listening to MC Pipita on Home Run with Pipi.
Now, I'm not going to let anybody else in. Itabidi tu mningoje kesho. Kesho tutakuwa hapa tena again 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. But the 6 speakers I have here, I'm going to give you a timed submission. Actually 5, because now Avid has already spoken. I'm going to give the 5 of you, that is Dr. Bosire, Professor Koftech, and Mike and Hulida, 3 minutes each for a final submission for today. That will be the all content that we'll be taking in for today on Home Run EPP. For the rest of you, kesho pia bado ni siku. And also, as usual, I'd like to tell you that next time when you come to spaces, instead of asking for the mic, kindly write your comment on that comment. Sasa wewe kuja request microphone, alafu andika hapo kwenye comment section your comment. I might not get to let you up on the microphone, but I will definitely read your comment. But it's so irritating to just find someone, nipe mic. I can't get the mic to you even if I wanted. All I want to do is get your voice heard in as soon as possible. So guys, I hope we are good at that. Now that is that out of the way, I want to start with the who leader who has been raising her hand for 3 minutes. I'm actually timing. When you hear that beep, know your 3 minutes is done. Who leader? Are you there, who leader? Who leader? Okay. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I am, Pipita.
Give me 3 minutes of your
Closing,
final submission. Closing remark.
thank you. My closing remarks is, guys, kindly let me just come from where I come in my belief and as a spiritual person. You know, when you look at everything that is happening in our country right now, you find that even in the Word of God, some of these things happen in the king's palaces. Let's take, for example, Mtukama Daniel. When Daniel was being castigated that they should lock out prayer and prayer to be only to a particular God, this conversation was happening in the king's palace, right? When Saul had to call David and to go to war, it was a conversation happening in the king's palace. When you see the president calling our bishops, when you see the president having all these political leaders going to State House, these are things that are happening in the king's palace. I know where we are heading to and where we are. Hatujafika hapa kibahati. This is not by chance. You know, there's a clip I had made the other day, nilikuwa nasema, the children of Israel did not discover they were oppressed a year before their bondage fell. It had been an ongoing oppression. It had been an ongoing generational cry that had been taking place. And when you look at this country, hii kitu ijaanza na sisi. Our great grandparents walipigana na mkoloni, our grandparents wengine wakapigana na Moi, kina David Ndii wakapigana na Moi pia. We had the likes of Matiba. This has been an ongoing challenge, right? So let us take the opportunity to know that even in this, it is not just happening because we have a problem. This is something that is happening and has been happening. And the president right now, anapoangalia, hafikiria anapigana na watu wa kawaida, hata yeye mwenyewe pale yako in his own conversations. Probably this man is fasting because haelewi nini inaendelea. So I pray to all of you. I know this is a nation that has been in matters spiritual, whether it is through our education, through IRE, whether through CRE. Spirituality is part of us. Go to your God and tell your God to give you the strength to persevere, to keep on pushing. Even in those churches, even in our mosques, let us go out there. Let us set the agenda. We are praying for strength. We are praying for comfort. We are praying for the way forward. And I can tell you, hii vita haishi hivi. These people are the problem that they are seeing right now. Wameona, these people do not want any other thing. We are not asking for dialogue. We are not asking for any other thing. Our mind is resolute. Today, the IBC is being formed because we want to start making records, and this thing is going to happen. We all owe it to each other to have the strength to pull through. That is my last submission. Thank you.
Right on time. You have kept time. I want to go to the next speaker. Thank you so much for that, Mike. Kofpak. Hata mimi najipatikana. Kofpak, talk to me. Kofpak, are you there? Okay, let's go to Hulida. Hulida, are you there? Give me 3 minutes of your time.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Hulida.
Let me respond to Dr. Bosire and Professor Ochieng. Dr. Bosire, what I'm hearing again is a question of competence. You've said you removed 2 individuals who were clearly incompetent, and today they do not have a professional leg to stand on. They cannot come back to that ministry. So what I'm hearing again and again is that the entire ministry is being run by somebody who shouldn't be there, which is why, again, the issue of the ethics matter comes in. With what leg does Ruto stand on when he appoints someone like CS Nakumincha, who is not qualified to run the entire block, which is the Ministry of Health? And why is it that we cannot push back, or as a body, the KMPDU, or as doctors themselves, why can't you push back on legally, or from a legal standpoint, on the appointment of this individual? Something that you know cannot happen probably in a hospital. You cannot have a medical director of such incompetent levels. You cannot have, you yourself would probably not be able to qualify for certain positions. You wouldn't even apply for them. Somehow, when it comes to the governance of the entire ministry, Nakumincha can sit on that chair, bungle the issue of the CBA 2017 that was discussed, and it was not opposed. From what you have told us, it was not opposed by anybody. Right now, we're talking about an illegal move to reduce salaries, something that we know now from what you have told us is illegal. If it is illegal, this is a minister who has attempted to do something that is very much under the law punishable, but she's not being punished. Why aren't we taking her to court? What is it what's the missing link between a government minister being able to attempt to do something illegal and not being taken to court, which I know probably somebody else, a doctor, malpractice, these things happen. People go to court, sums of money are paid, doctors lose their licenses, but the minister is somewhat immune. Professor Ochieng, so that I can keep to the 3 minutes. Professor Ochieng, you mentioned CDF and the embarrassing nature of those situations that you find in Mashinani. CDF is illegal. It shouldn't exist. It existed in the previous regime before devolution. But our MPs went to Parliament and passed a bill renaming CDF to NG-CDF. That is bad faith politics. At the very least, the MP who brought that motion to Parliament and all the MPs that passed it, by now, as citizens, we ourselves, we should have recalled our MPs on that alone. CDF was an initiative to bring money down to the constituency, and it was not a kitty that was supposed. Again, do I continue?
You have 30 seconds to complete.
The CDF was supposed to contribute to brick and mortar development, building classes, things like that, but not paying school fees. But now with the renaming of CDF to NGCDF, the MPs still have a hold on that money. It should not exist, which is why I'm saying, myself included, we have a problem as a citizen, and us who have a more intimate knowledge of the Constitution, because we read it. We don't do anything about it. We just we talk. We don't go to court. And I know that is one hell of an undertaking to attempt to do that. But I should be able to put my own MP on the docket to answer for something like that. that let me end my submission there. But that's what I'm trying to bring to the fore, is that if we participate, if we read our constitution, which has provided so much for us to do to engage with government, we might be able to get to a point where we don't need to be sleeping in the streets as professionals to ask for jobs. They are the right of the people. They are the right of the professionals, and they are the right of the citizenry. Thank you.
Asante sana for that submission. Hugh Leader gets us to the final two submissions from Prof and Dr. Bosire. So I'm going to give you, Prof, the final 3 minutes of this submission. Prof?
3 minutes is too much. One is about Dr. Bosire, because I know she's has access to the Camp PDU leadership. And from where I sit, Camp PDU is one of those unions that is, is going the NAT way. NATO is very strong, but you talk about NAT today, you don't even know what they're doing. Camp PDU is headed that direction. And because I know Bosire has, access to the leadership of Camp PDU, they need to also to have a meeting with themselves just to make sure that do they think that they're doing the right thing? Because the last time the doctors had a strike, I took more than a month plus, I don't keep track because I'm not in Kenya. But then what I also realized that there was a lot of laxity on the sides of the people, the Kenyan public, standing with the doctors. The Kenyan public started standing with the doctors when we had this finance, reject bill something. But all along, when the doctors were themselves and calling for the, they were on strike and trying to agitate for their issues to be heard, Kenyans were very reluctant, and I did not see Kenyans joining the doctors. But believe you me, when doctors go to strike and Kenyans are just okay, then that tells you that there is a problem with the country. There's a problem with the doctors. There's a problem with the union. So can they also call a meeting among themselves and just ask these very difficult questions? Because Camp PDU as it is today is completely rogue. It is not the Camp PDU that we used to know. The leadership of current Camp PDU is at their worst. So please, tell that team that whatever it is that they're doing, we are not happy. And look at the young doctors, the intern doctors. What is very painful is that these doctors are people who can just finish their degrees and their internship and then open their clinic, because some of them have the capacity to even, they can be able to fundraise and even have their own clinics. But they cannot do that because they are not licensed. So can KMPDU tell us the truth? The return to work formula, were these doctors, the young doctors included? And if so, why are they not being posted? Were these doctors posted? For 1 year, they finished their whatever training, because internship is part of training. That's how the government has caged it. And then they can be able to do whatever it is they want. But now, holding people at ransom, at a hostage, that, the doctors, they have finished their degree, they cannot do anything, they are not licensed, and they are there at home with their parents. That is very unfair. So, Dr. Busiri, please talk to your leadership. And lastly, for people who are employed, like many of us, I am also employed. People, you guys should just learn to keep quiet. People like Raila Odinga, just keep quiet, because myself, I don't know how many messages in my inbox, both Facebook and X, of people just looking for opportunities. Some of them, very much qualified, but they just want an opportunity to just even to volunteer. They don't get those opportunities. So if you know you are comfortable, you are getting your salary or you are whatever it is, the only thing you can do to this movement is to keep quiet, but do not lecture us. People like Raila Odinga coming in and telling us how they want to change, how they want dialogue. We don't want dialogue. We want young people also to be beneficiaries of what's happening in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so
Asante
much,
sana.
Prof. Asante sana, Prof, kwa kutupatia your final submission. I see Dr. Bosire is here with us. Dr. Bosire, I know there's so much to
Yeah.
unpack. I know there's also someone who was there talking about Shift. If you are able to create time tomorrow, we can meet here again tomorrow and talk and unpack that issue of health. It's something that is near and dear to me. And I also wanted to talk to Governor
Actually,
Kivuda also to come through. Yeah.
Actually, Pipita, I could confirm right now that I can mobilize a couple of technical experts for tomorrow. And then I think we just unpack Shift for everyone, one after the other, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That I can be able to do.
Okay.
Quickly just responding to Prof, I hear you, my proximity to the leadership. I've always used that proximity to be able to create change. I have heard you very clearly, and just to comment around the return to work formula. The government decided to play cheeky and, of course, sub judice, not to discuss a matter which is in court, which was the matter around the interns, around the salary. But I don't think that's actually it's, there are two matters here. There's posting and there's the salary part. You know, those are two different things, which I don't think they should be embundled together. Finally, for me, it's just to do a collective call, and a collective call around breathing, rejuvenation, relaxation, and breaks. I say this very importantly because this, what we are doing right now, is emotionally intensive. It's physically intensive. Do take time to just, you know, renew yourself. You know, that cup which is full, make sure that it is half full. Make sure that it is full. Then you come back and we fight. Take a break a little bit from social media, because the anger that is here, unaamka unaambiwa ameiba 30 billion, alafu unaambiwa kuna 4 billion na madaktari. Unaamka unaambia ma-JSS teachers hawezi kuwa posted, unasikia msee alieka road ya 700 billion. You know, you just wonder what the hell is wrong with these people. So take time around that. But also just to say that our struggles are interconnected. The struggle of Mama Mboga, my struggle as Stella, the struggle of Professor Pipita, the journalists, the business people, our struggles are interconnected. The moment we start seeing that our struggles are interconnected, then we have to collectively join each other. Mukisikia kesho Mama Mboga wako kwa streets, sisi wote ni Mama Mboga. The way what's happening right now with the doctors. If we hear journalists are in the streets, because right now there's a lot of cuts around the media industry, that we must be able to also ask very difficult questions around corporate organizations who align within the media industry infrastructure, and ask, how comes people are losing jobs? What is the problem? The problem is governance, the problem is taxes, the problem is a bad business environment. Then we start fixing those things from the roots, you know? So it's not just a singular struggle that we have right now. We have a collective struggle. We are resetting Kenya, in short. So don't get tired. When you do get tired, take a break. But remember, this is not a singular fight. This is our interconnected collective fight. Shukran.
Asante sana. I see we have confront ko hapa hivi anaitwa Kofpak. I'll bring Kofpak to give us their final 3-minute submission. But Dr. Bosire, if you can do that tomorrow, it will be good to have those experts coming over and telling us exactly what SHIF is. I would like to unpack that. And of course, I would like to know what is the effects of devolving health. So there is so much to talk about here on X Spaces. Tomorrow, 4 p.m., we'll be back here again. But I want to use these 3 minutes before we get to half past the hour, where we'll be ending the space, to give Kofpak a chance to speak to us. Kofpak.
Okay, thank you. I think this is one of the very interesting platforms I've ever been in. And I want to pick from where Pipita and, of course, Dr. Bosire are conversing around the shift and so forth. And I want to submit that it's a very pertinent and very interesting area for us as COFPAC. COFPAC is not a person, it is an institution. And we have people who are in the space of leadership. We have Gen Zs. The youngest person is 25 years of age, and the older person in this, in the leadership of COFPAC is around 41 years of age. So I want to bring to attention that, as been said, health is a human right. And one of the very important things we have to be very cautious about is accountability. And as was mentioned by the previous speakers, I think the gap here is, as the systemic issues in healthcare system. One of the areas, the models for improving healthcare is the utilization of quality improvement strategy, and of course it majorly focuses on the system as opposed to blame games and so forth. But herein we are very cognizant of the fact that we have issues with the leadership, and we are looking forward to be part of the tomorrow's conversation. I want us to bring up ourselves to speed on how are we able to hold accountable to the system those persons who are at the leadership. If we fail to evaluate and speak to the prevailing the reasons as to establishment of those leadership, particularly on the purpose, the mission, and the values, and so that these people at the spaces of leadership are not able to stick to them,
then unfortunately we may not be able to track what is important to us. I want to let us know that the healthcare ecosystem as it is, the major stakeholder is the patient. The major stakeholder is the healthcare service seeker. So I don't want to speak much. However, we are looking forward to being part of the tomorrow's conversation. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for that. Thank you, COFPAC, Professor Dr. Basire Hulida, and the other speakers who have been able to speak to us. All the listeners who have been able to pass by today's spaces, I'd like to say thank you so much. And I'm grateful to everybody who finds time to be on the home run with PP. Tomorrow is a very special day for us. We are having a conversation on social health insurance fund, of course, and we will be also turning 1 year of home run with PP. It's not easy to sit down on spaces, Jamani, hata mimi. It's not easy to sit down on spaces and just talk about things. And of course, the fact that you, the listener, has made sure that home run with PP has kept the lights on. Asanteni sana. I'd like to say on Saturday, we will be headed out to Naivasha to go and celebrate home run with PP 1 year anniversary. So, check my latest post on that. And also, I would like to say thank you so much for everybody who has been here. Ivo. Now, I'm going to end the space with a song from Bien and Brida, the one I started with. It's called Mandamano, just to highlight our current plight. And of course, kama show ya leo imekufurahisha pale hivi juu kuna tip line, you can drop something. Until tomorrow, be safe. Thank you so much for being a special part of my show. God bless you. See you tomorrow. We have
Yeah, but it's quite a huge feedback, but keep on.
Maybe I can try move. Let's see if this gets better. So yeah, Frank, thanks for that. I think a lot of what you said is I 100% agree. There are issues around bankable projects. In fact, I notice a lot of my clients, at least in, and not just Kenya, I think the East African market, there's a lot of appetite in terms of deploying green or sustainable capital without bankable projects as is, although with a caveat. I think sometimes there are bankable projects only that if you think of it about as a market, every market has a like search and match model. I think sometimes the search cost for identifying which are the bankable projects is quite high, and a lot of investors they don't want to internalize that cost. So I think we also have a such problem within our market. But having said that, Mokaya, if you allow me, I have maybe 3 ideas I would like to mention to Frank, which I think would probably help to expand the sustainable market space. Of course, it's a sub-segment of the...
Yeah, sure. But keep it short, Ruben. Keep going, but keep it short because we have one more speaker before we close up.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
So I have 3 ideas. I think, Frank, one is maybe a project preparation facility that is very much focused on the green or sustainable market segment, because I realize a lot of projects may not be bankable, but with a little bit of project preparation facilities, they can be good fit or investable in that sense, not necessarily bankable. I think, and then the second one, since we have a very huge crowding out effect in Kenya through investment in government bonds, maybe if we could, maybe for more insurances by government, if we could see more green sovereign issuances, so that even as we see more crowding out effect in the private sector, some of that crowding out capital actually goes to green investment. So green sovereign issuances would really help this market. And the last idea, which is not the purview of the stock exchange or the securities exchange, would be just to support more local intermediaries, because even currently a lot of the big climate or green or sustainable projects in this market, the intermediaries are not local intermediaries. So if you could also have a way to support local intermediaries, from the transaction advisors to the asset managers to the project developers, I think that will help. So I think these three, I mean, they are, of course, they are not like the main thing, but I think they could really help to address the issue of investability or bankability as you addressed it. Thanks, Kaya.
All right. Thank you so much on that. Frank, maybe you've taken notes there. Do you have a right of response? Very quick one.
No, and I think these are solid ideas, well received, Ruben. And again, we are open to have an extended conversation on this and see how we can take that forward. I know some of the conversations we've had with some of the DFIs, Ruben, some of them have even mentioned that they would be happy to provide technical assistance funds to unlock some of these things. So you're welcome to reach out to us, and we're happy to see how we can take that forward. We want a working market, and these are the ideas we need.
Good stuff. Really nice. Frank, maybe you can tell East African community investor. He says he can hear you, but he can't hear me. So you can tell him to ask a question. He's one of the speakers here. You can.
Do you mean I asked him to ask me the question, or what? Sorry, what was
No,
the
you
guidance?
ask him to ask you the question. You can ask him to ask you the question. He's the ESC investor. He's right here, but he apparently can't hear me, but he can hear you.
Oh, but okay, fine. I mean, you can ask the question. I'm listening. I'm not sure I can hear him either. Is he speaking?
Yeah, the East African investor.
Hey, Frank, are you able to hear me?
Oh, yeah, perfect. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say thank you so much, Mokaya, Mwango Capital, Frank, for making time to host this space. I think for me, it's a little bit of an observation that might have a question at the end. As somebody that is usually active on the local market on the NSE, and I'm also active on the New York Stock Exchange, I think one of the main hurdles, or one of the main roadblocks for a lot of investors, even me investing in the NSE, is how much it costs. So, like on average, for you to trade on NSE, you have to pay about 2 to maybe 2.4% commission to be able to trade. And I mean, we all agree that for to have a vibrant market, obviously we need more investors to be involved. But I think sometimes the one thing that we are forgetting is at the brokerages, how we supporting them. And one of the things, like for example, let's say I want to buy an Apple on the New York Stock Exchange, and maybe I'm using Vanguard, I'm using Fidelity, or one of those brokerages. I can go ahead and place my order, and they have two options to fill my order. Either they can fill the order by themselves, or they can send it to the exchange. And what I mean by they can fill it by themselves is because they are allowed to be able to buy some of these securities. So let's say if you are sending an order in and they are able to make money, maybe their cost average was lower than what you are asking for, they can go ahead and do that trade for you. So my observation and question is, are you guys thinking around maybe allowing brokerages to be able to do that? And maybe that can, because like if they are making a little bit of money, it means they have a little bit more extra money to be able to go out there, maybe do the education, maybe do advertising and bring in more investors to the NSE. At the same time, if they are allowed to maybe make a certain percentage of that, if they are able to maybe fulfill these orders, maybe they have a little bit better margins, which means that they can still share that margin with the NSC and the CDSC and the CMA. Because I know, at the end of the day, all those organizations function, and the way they function is through the commission that we all pay. I mean, I don't know how you guys think about, around that question or that observation, if that's something that can be able to be done. Because when you look at huge markets, London Stock Exchange, New York Stock Exchange, essentially that's what they are doing to be able to make trading cheap and even free. Thank you.
Thanks. Just confirm you can hear me. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, now
Oh,
I can hear you.
okay. Thank you. Look, this is first of all, it's a very relevant point that you've raised. And I should respond by saying that the first thing is that lowering costs for trading, cost of trading, there are different components to it. There is, of course, the fees paid to the brokers, there is fees paid for the platform itself, the NSC, and of course, there's also fees paid out to the regulators, etc. So there are different components to it. You are absolutely right that if we don't look to solve this issue about cost, the volumes that one would expect in our market will continue to be constrained. What we are doing is, number one, we've been having conversations with the larger capital markets ecosystem through what we call the capital markets roundtable, which has a technical working committee. And one of the conversations that we are having there is how exactly do we, where are the opportunities in the cost structure to manage that, and more importantly, how do we actually lower cost while at the same time, of course, stimulating the market. Some of the ideas that have been floated have been around, for example, rebates. We are toying with the idea of, for example, if you do day trading, you don't need to pay and you close out your trades in the same day, then you don't need to pay some of the fees. We also have noted that some of our fees may be driven by expensive infrastructure in terms of systems. How do we rationalize that so that then that cost by enabling our underlying costs to be lowering our underlying costs, then it's easier to pass on that benefit to consumers. In the interest of transparency, I should say that it's quite unfair that large institutional players are able to negotiate discounted fees, particularly at the broker level, because of the volumes and the ticket sizes that they bring to market, compared, of course, to smaller ticket orders that are primarily coming from retail investors. So we are actually looking at it. As I said, I think the key point to note is that NAC is working on a new strategy. One of the key pillars of that is to grow the retail segment. In order to grow the retail segment, we are clear that the costs of participating in the market are an absolute component that needs to be addressed. We will also be looking at how to work with our other regulatory stakeholders to see how to also use that as one of the ways to address some of these issues. We have no doubt that if we don't have deeper markets, there is not enough activity for everybody, and of course, then there is not enough commissions, fees, profits for all the other participants, including yourselves as the investors. So my commitment to you is that our new strategy will look to address that, but please also appreciate that it's not the NSC alone that can tackle this. It's a concerted effort across the capital markets ecosystem. And to the extent that you might have ideas again that we should consider, we are open to that. And you can reach us either directly or through Mokaya.
Yes. I think our conversation has really gone on. Usually we wanted to do 1.5 hours, but thank you. There's so many questions, by the way. I should tell you, Frank, just below the pinned tweet that we put up. So there are lots of questions. So I'll try and channel them through your team, and then we'll get to answer as many of them as possible. So I think it's very important. I think the aim of this conversation was to bring you in front of the capital market investors out here and to let them know who you are and to know what you're offering in terms of the vision that you're building and what you want to do. My quick feel is that you're really interested in collaborative effort in terms of pulling the capital markets up from where it's been in the past couple of years. So I think we welcome that and we welcome such engagements. So perhaps as we close now, I'd give you a moment maybe to lay out a bit of your vision around building NSC and what you want to see in the next couple of years, and how you would want the investors who are listening, because some of them have friends also who would want to invest on, and how you want them to come on this journey towards building a better capital markets in Kenya. So over to you, Frank, to give us that vision and to close up that part.
Thanks, Fukai. Again, I should say I appreciate the opportunity to engage with the capital markets ecosystem, and especially the investor community here. I should also say this is my first time in space. space. And there are lessons I'm learning out of this as well. But let me
You're
put
following the president, by the way. You're following the footsteps of the president. So good one.
no comment, no comment. And before I talk about my vision, also, you have our commitment to respond to the questions that have not been responded to. So if you can compile them, pass them through to our team, then we will respond to those, and you can share them back
Yes, I'll do that. I will do that myself.
Right now, in terms of vision. So, as I said, we let me start by saying actually why I even joined the NSC. There are a number of reasons, but there are two that I would want to point out why I signed at the bottom of the page. The first thing is NSC has a very professional board, and that matters a lot to especially to entities like this one that are really really critical to the proper functioning of the capital markets, as well as the contributing to the development agenda of the country. So having a really, really professional board is key. And for me, that was a big, 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 big reason for joining the NSC. And the second thing is that I get to work with my team to come up with a new strategy for the NSC, because the current one is coming to an end. So that is also a key thing. For some of you, you will know that implementing somebody else's strategy is actually a tough ask. But getting to come up with your own strategy and implement it is key. And the third reason was that I got the commitment from the board and the key shareholders of the NSC, because as I said, the NSC itself are shareholders, and it's listed on the exchange. You guys can actually buy shares in the NSC itself. Was that the key shareholders, as well as the board in particular, gave us the support to develop a bold and ambitious strategy for the NSC. Now that's important to me, because if we talk about doing things business as usual, then of course we then have a subdued or moribund capital markets space. So given those things, and also of course we also have fantastic support from the government, in particular the National Treasury, the CBK on our fixed income side of things, the Capital Markets Authority from a regulatory perspective, among others. All those are factors that contributed to me seeing this as an opportunity to actually come in and actually, put in my fair share to build a nation. Now, what's my vision? My vision stems really, you can summarize it into three things. Number one, I absolutely want to make NSC a market for the masses. It should be democratized in the sense that access to the market should be available to everyone and everyone wanting and willing to participate in this marketplace. So you will see us pushing, as I said, to make that be. There have been comments about NSC being an elitist institution available only to those with money, etc., etc. Our intention is to address that. That's one. Number two, we do want to have a balance between foreign investors and local investors. And you will see us wanting to push to have a good balance on that, because I think In the absence of that, then we have a market that is it is vulnerable, shall we say, to what I would like to call touristic type capital that comes and goes on the back of just headlines. And then the third thing is we also want to do non-trading initiatives. So we want to diversify a bit away from relying on trading revenues and start building our other businesses. We want to build our data business. We want to build our capital markets advisory type business. We want to drive our analytics offerings. We want to bring other product innovation lab that will support other capital market participants to bring other products to market. We want to address the SME financing gap because it's huge, and I think the banks can't necessarily address all the need there. And more importantly, we also want to get to a point where the NSC is also a marketplace for the region. So it is not just for Kenya, it also supports the larger, at least the larger Eastern African market. And I think there's space for that. If you do have ideas, whether it's from an innovation perspective, product, things like tokenization, please feel free to reach out to us. We want to be a true partner to the capital markets ecosystem, and we also want to participate tangibly in the development of our economy from a capital markets lens. So the vision really, in summary, is you're not going to see business as usual at the NSC, at least under my leadership. And we've got the support of the board, the shareholders, government, and hopefully now also the investor community. And also, of course, our staff at the NSC who have been very supportive thus far. And will also be very instrumental in coming up with the new strategy and, of course, in its execution. I think I end there and just mention that I have made no promises about listings Mokaya in case you start asking me where the listings. I thank you.
No worries. But thank you for coming and engaging with us. We'll talk to your team and make this a bit more regular in terms of engagement, so that you can also be getting a status update on what you're up to and what is new. So I think we can do that. We can organize that, because this was really, really good to have 2 months in, I think. And I think you're on the right track. We wish you all the best. We want our capital market to succeed, and that's why we're here. And that's why we brought you here, so that you can be able to discuss with investors and all. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and I thank you again for the opportunity and for your attention. Thank you.
All right. For the rest of us, thank you so much for joining us. I see very, I should give a bit of a shout out. I see the NSC account, official account itself, is on the spaces today. Kathambi, Ruben, Dominic, Charles, Fortune here for also joining us. Coril, Charles, Towet. I see you all, and thank you so much. For taking your time this evening. It's been almost 2 hours now of engaging the CEO of the NSC. So hopefully you can join us for more spaces. So I should say we have 2 more spaces scheduled for you this week. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. We have not put out the poster yet, but we are having a conversation on the debt and capital market, not the capital market, so the debt situation of the country. So there's been a bit of talk about how it is. And tomorrow we are very, very privileged to have the analyst who wrote the report about the downgrade of the Kenyan ratings today. So he will be on Spaces tomorrow from 8 p.m. and the host will be Ramanyang, and we have 2 more other speakers and a couple of others who may not be on the poster, but who will just pop in to give you some insights on the debt situation in Kenya. So don't miss out tomorrow at 8 p.m. So we have 2 advertised and a couple of others who are not advertised, but they will be joining the spaces. So very, very, very crucial conversation on the Kenyan debt situation. I don't know why I'm very intent on capital markets. And then on Thursday, we have a company called AR Insurance. They will be here to dissect the insurance market in Kenya and some of the products that they offer. The CEO will be joining us to give us a bit of a brief on how the company has been doing the past couple of years, their vision for the future and all. So don't forget to join us on Thursday. So tomorrow, the debt situation in the country, and on Thursday, the we will be hosting the AAR Insurance CEO. So come asking all your questions that you have about insurance. So on that note, I want to close and thank Frank. Thank all of you for joining us today. See you tomorrow again for the capital market. And for those who are watching Euros, all the best. And let's hope that it's not coming home. Bye for now. Frank, you can say kwaheri before you close the spaces.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening, all of you. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye. Emmanuel, you can close the spaces now.